Good morning, everybody. How are you? Welcome to Beyond the Game. We're going to talk about video games, that such interesting industry. And I'm here with Santiago Bustamante. How are you doing? No, I'm the one who's honored to be here with you. In Beyond the Game, we're going to talk about video games beyond figures. Today we will have different speakers. They will talk about figures, about the impact and the true impact of video games, and that's what we want to do here today with these round tables and with all the guests that we have, is talking about the cultural and social impact of video games. We want to go beyond the figures because we could talk about video games in any field that we can think of: health, education, psychology. And we will also try to give you a perspective of that cultural and social impact, but also the emotional impact. One of the main things we have today is related to that. Yes, we will talk about minors. That's something that concerns us all when it comes to the good use of video games. We'll talk about the narrative of video games, how they impact all these cultural fields. We will also talk about mental health. We will introduce some of the new features of PEGI this year, and we will talk about Robert Steen, with Robert Steen. It will be one of the main things this morning. This session today could not be possible without the support of the Ministry of Culture and the community of Madrid, and also we want to thank the venue, Espacio Fundación Telefónica. Also, something important nowadays when we talk about video games is to share. We have to share our passion for video games, and we need to share the ideas of others in that space that goes beyond artificial intelligence. So this celebration that we have here today with many different speakers is a space for all of us to take part in this sphere. So I want to invite you to join our website, our streaming. We will be answering questions on the chat as well. And we encourage you to, since we're talking about video games, we encourage you to have an interactive experience here. Yes, exactly. So if you have any questions, you can send them on the chat. And without further ado, we will give the floor to really important speakers that we have here with us today. Thank you very much.
Bueno, pues buenos días. Muchas gracias.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Lara and Santiago. You did all the work for me. You thanked everybody. You said hello to all the people following us on streaming. And also to anybody who will see this event in the future, because anything we have here in Fundación Telefónica, you know that we share them in our channel, so you can always see them afterwards. As your host here today in Fundación Telefónica, I'm the Director of Innovation and Critical Thinking. My job is one of the most beautiful jobs in the world. So, especially because I lead a wonderful team constituted by Irene, our photographer here today, Lisa in production, Silvia Mercader, Alejandro Marcos, our technicians today, Raúl, Alicia, and two other people here managing the event, and the people in charge of interpreting in sign language. Thank you very much to everybody here. Also, the Spanish Association for Video Games, AEVI. Everybody. We have many different projects in Fundación Telefónica related to video games. We had an exhibition that you probably all saw some time ago, many conferences, speeches, a lot of events related to this topic. But I don't want to take too much time. I want everybody to be participating here today. I hope this will be very interactive. And as the Secretary for Culture, this is your home. Luis Martín Izquierdo, also from the community of Madrid, and all the speakers, all the wonderful speakers we have here today, all the entities that we already mentioned. We will try to have a very fruitful session today where we can talk about video games, education, digital health, and I hope it will be very, very fruitful for everybody. Thank you very much, and I give the floor to José María Moreno, General Director of AEVI. Thank you very much, Andrés. I won't fight with you to see who has the best job in the world. I'm the director of AEVI, the Spanish Association for Video Games, so maybe I'm a hard competitor for you. Thank you very much to everybody. I want to welcome you here on behalf of our association, and just like the previous speakers did, I want to thank the support from the Ministry of Culture, the administration in Spain, and the regional administration in the community of Madrid as well. Without them, this wouldn't be possible. We also want to thank Fundación Telefónica for having us in this venue. And I'm really happy to be working with you in this adventure. We are honored to have Carmen Páez here, Subsecretary for Culture, and Luis Martín, also a representative of Culture, Tourism and Sports in the regional administration. So I want to thank everybody and welcome everybody present here. I also want to thank the team that made this event possible for all their work. And in AEVI, we've been working for some time already to promote the good use of video games and trying to see the true impact that video games have. We do this with initiatives as The Good Gamer or Play Equal. These are initiatives that show us the value of video games in fields like health, physical and mental health, also social aspects, educational, cultural aspects in society and in companies. In AEVI, we know everything that video games provide, but we want other people to tell you about this as well. And this is why this event was born, Beyond the Game. We bring first-class professionals, experts, psychologists, experts in education, national and international experts that will help us explore the role of video games in our society. We will talk about their influence, the impact in children and the youth, and we will see how we can help educators to have young people do a good use of video games. These things are essential to create a safe environment, just like the use of control that we can have on these video games. We will have the testimony of Robert Steam, whose narrative reminds us how a video game can create bonds that go beyond the screen. We want Beyond the Game to be a space for listening, for sharing ideas, and for collaboration. We want it to be an encounter of professionals, entities, and our society to continue building a responsible industry integrated in the social and cultural life in our country. Thank you all for being here and for joining this collective reflection about the value of video games in our current society. Thank you. And I give the floor, to Antonio Fernández. Good morning, everybody. Dear Carmen, Subsecretary, dear Luis, dear host, and of course, dear friends, dear all. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. I'm going to be very brief because José María already said everything, but for us, it is also a pleasure to have this week, this video game week, and to have this previous event, Beyond the Game, I want to use these few minutes to talk about Beyond the Game, but in relation to the industry. The industry as the big power that the industry has in Spain, and we need to continue developing this sector. We've been talking about big growth figures, but to confirm these figures, we need the system to be sustainable, and we are in the good track. We are sure that we are working in the right direction. And my last minute, of course, is for reminding you that Beyond the Game includes copyright, intellectual property. We need to protect these rights because our creative sector is threatened, and that is also a part of Beyond the Game. So that would be my last reflection. I wanted to be brief, but I did want to mention this. Thank you very much, and good morning to you all. Good morning, everybody. My name is Carmen Paez. I'm the subsecretary in the Ministry of Culture. And for the ministry, it's an honor, a pleasure to be here, to be part of this initiative. We consider it's absolutely necessary. Before anything else, good morning, everybody. Councillor, dear Luis, dear Andres. I understand that this venue is my home, and I actually spend more time here than in the ministry, so it really feels like home. Dear Antonio, dear AEVI, dear ADEF, thank you for suggesting this kind of initiatives. As I was saying, it's very important, very relevant for us to take part in all these events. We all know nowadays that video games are culture. It's been a long way to get to this point, but nowadays we are all sure that video games are a narrative, our language, our culture, and that they are part of our contemporary ways of expression. It also means the ability to interact, to communicate with other people, and to build narratives. Antonio was already mentioning the economic aspect. It's one of the sectors that with the biggest growth in the last few years, and its growth has been exponential, and it's consolidated little by little. We've had many surveys, many researches, and this is possible thanks to all the companies that we have. We have 22 million people playing video games in our country, and half of that people are women. So that is also a clear symptom of how the sector is changing, and it shows some of the challenges that we have to face. This session is very relevant, and we think that it's very appropriate that we are sharing this here today. We need to go beyond the economic aspect in the video game industry, and we need to tackle all those other aspects, all those other areas that it offers us. The capacity of video games to affect how we interact, how we understand the world today. So with Beyond the Game, we try to assess the video game industry from the cultural, social, political perspective. These are key issues that we want to face today, and that are part of the current sphere. We need to see how video games affect or have an impact in mental health, for example, and we need to have a global perspective and a constructive perspective about this. This is why we think that these sessions are essential, and it's important the way they are structured, because we think we have to build bridges to generate positions that make it possible to create public policies that are informed, that answer to the real needs in the sector. I also want to thank the community of Madrid for joining these initiatives and for the collaboration that we have in many creative industries, but in this case it's especially intense. We are facing discussions that are relevant, that are interesting, and that need to generate a stronger sector and a more sustainable sector. I don't want to take much more of your time, but I hope this will be fruitful sessions for everybody. Thank you to everybody taking part in them, for sharing your time, for sharing this space, and for sharing your ideas, the most important thing. Thank you very much.
Pues muy buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everybody. Of course, first of all, I want to say hello to Carmen Paez, the Secretary, the Ministry of Culture, José María Moreno, Director of AEVI, all his team, María, Antonio Fernández Mauricio from AEVI, and thank you, Andrés, as well, for being our hosts here today in Fundación Espacio Telefónica. And thank you to everybody in the sector, all the speakers that will be part of this session today. For us, it is a pleasure to have you here today for this meeting. As you were saying, it contributes to keeping an active discussion and to share experiences with professionals in the industry. This is very important to eliminate some stigmas that have been not only in the industry but in the profile of gamers themselves. It is an industry that creates a lot of economic value and a lot of knowledge, with a big cultural dimension and with bigger and bigger influence in the way we think, in the way we communicate, and in the way we believe. Video games are also an innovation engine, thanks to its capacity to integrate different aspects, and it's in the avant-garde of many advances in other activity fields like audiovisual, education, or creative industries. It is also a sector that is very relevant for young people, not only as users but also as professionals, developers, artists, programmers, or content creators. Video games are a very important part of our everyday culture. The profile of gamers is wider and wider and integrated in our society. It's difficult to find someone in our society who has not played a video game ever. And the community of Madrid also plays a relevant role with their support to companies and talent in our country. From the regional administration, we try to be there to support the sector and to accompany that growth that we are experiencing. We bet on a model that combines ambition, responsibility. Those are the key elements in the sector, because we need a responsible use of video games with guarantees in the physical sphere and also digital sphere. As they were saying, video games can have a very positive impact in children and young people, stimulating creativity, decision-making processes, or strengthening social bonds. And so we can consolidate these positive impacts. It's necessary for the industry to lead the new standards that we create. Looking to the future, we are sure that it is a sector that can still grow much more, and the Spanish industry and the industry in Madrid needs to play a main role. And to finish, I just want to thank again everybody who worked to put together this event and all the events that we are going to be sharing in the next few days. We hope this session and the one we will have tomorrow will be very successful. And I wish you all the best for these few days. Congratulations to all the organizers, and just remind you that you can have the support of the regional administration. Thank you very much. I just remembered, well, next time we'll try to have some hearts, like in the cell games, some hearts that will disappear as you run out of time in your speech. Just the influence of video games. Now we will begin with roundtable where we will talk about video games, movies, cinema, and we will try to see the footprint of that impact that video games have, how video games impacted the movie industry. For that, we have Nacho Vigalondo. Good morning. Jordi Maquiavelo. Juanjo Gómez. Jordi and Nacho come from the movie industry, and Juanjo from education, a passionate gamer. For example, he teaches chemistry with Minecraft, and he uses video games in his classroom. So, Nacho, let's talk first about the relation, the two-direction relationship between video games and movies. When video games say, I want to look like a movie, like cinema, right? We can see that sometimes in video game creators. We see that actually what they want to do is they would like to be in the movie industry. Yes, sometimes they even say it clearly, right? Yes, but probably you could also say, I wish I was doing the opposite thing, right? Yes, of course. Video games have a big influence in my movies. So, but also it also happens that maybe because of video games there are a couple of movies that I won't do because of the time I waste, not waste, but the time I use, right, playing video games, and I'm sure that happens to other people as well. It doesn't mean it's negative, but we don't need to have just the more movies, the better. It's not like that. Sometimes maybe if there were less, maybe there would be better ones, right? But I do have a problem there, which it's exciting at the same time. When I play, I can't help but seeing what I'm consuming, what I'm using from the bottom. When I see a movie, when I see a series that works based on a traditional narrative, I always think about how I could reproduce that work in a different way, right? Or since I was a kid, when I was watching cartoons, I imagined the way I would adapt that. Or if I read a comic, a graphic novel, I imagine how I would turn that into a movie. With video games specifically, I can't help but trying to think about how I would reproduce something like that. So I live it in a humble way, and I feel powerless sometimes, and I think that's necessary for developing, for growing as a person. So of course, when I see something, I try to think about how that will become a 30-hour movie. Because sometimes we need to take the character from point A from point B, and then I can't just enjoy what I'm seeing without thinking beyond that. There's also something interesting that you've done with a piece where you go over the pillars of video games from your own perspective. I recommend that piece of work. And Jordi, now that we're talking about these, when we talk about the beginnings, how video games even... Some of us who were trying to introduce video games in cultural journalism, it was a way of saying it's similar to movies, so you can understand this is similar to a movie but different. But now video games have their own space, and now it's more movies that want to look like video games instead of the other way around, right?
Hideo Kojima.
You mentioned Hideo Kojima. I don't think he's a frustrated filmmaker. He says it, but he's not. What he does in Metal Gear, the solid Metal Gear, for me is a masterpiece, and it resembles a cinema a lot. But of course, in cinema, you could not have such long scenes explaining things and those PowerPoints and everything. And we have seen that with in the last few years with The Last of Us, both 1 and 2 editions. They both want to look like cinema a lot. to some extent, because they follow the plot, the typical plot. It is a tunnel of obstacles that they encounter. We have seen many experimental works that also resemble video games or want to look like video games in the past, in the last few years. Not just visually, but we also see the adaptation to HBO of The Last of Us. We see those subjective takes from behind the person that you see in Resident Evil or Silent Hill or things like that. And the Oscar-winning movie has that mechanics, that tree of abilities integrated within the movie, the concept of the different characters within the same story, different versions of the same character. It is very interesting because it started like that and trying to look like cinema. Great masterpieces of in the video game sector. And it's interesting to see how now it's turning around the thing. They want to look like video games in the cinema now. Yes, it's those times when cinema said that they were going to do something spectacular, that and however, The Last of Us seems to be the opposite exercise. They assume that the narrative is huge in the video game. I know that I'm going to lose because I'm constricting things. I'm fitting it into a much smaller format, which is the TV series, and let's see how we can adapt to that. I'm not just going to showcase it in the cinema platform or stage, but create parallel narratives through cinema. Well, it is adapting a video game. We've seen it with Arcane. It is a marvelous TV series with some of the best animations in the last 2 years, and visually is excellent. And there was very little that they could take from the video game. There's just a lore of the characters, but they get a lot. Arcane gets a lot from a whole narrative, a whole story. There are some codes of the video game that are present, like the cooldowns and the skills of the characters, but it is not so present, not so all over the place. But it is very interesting to see how they translate one format into another. I don't want to have a tennis match here, but there is something that is very interesting when you bring this down to earth. You are a professor, a secondary education teacher. Yeah, mainly secondary, but also other ages. But we are always scrolling all the time. We have no attention, and when you have to convey to them chemistry or science, the narrative of video games can be very useful. If you can get them into this dynamic, it could be very interesting in order to then get them into other topics, because in video games you learn without noticing that you are learning, and if you bring that down to earth, you can get very good results as you are getting. Yes, it is a challenge to try to take away time from the screens, and we want to teach them through video games, and that's what we want to do, and we want them to go a little bit further. And as a teacher, I'm delighted to see, because the use of that motivation, that emotion, that intrinsic motivation is excellent. We all like playing, and it is just a question of trying to bring your students to that narrative as a spectator of a TV series or cinema. You are passive, and now we want to become active, proactive, and we want to make decisions within the video game. That's what we are giving them. That trial and error becomes a constant element, and it's not just providing answers on a paper, and you are right or wrong. Here you have the opportunity to go over it again and have several iterations, and if you that as a group, you can develop those soft skills of decision making, communication, and thinking creatively. So the challenge is there, and we can face it, and it's really very rewarding to see how in the end all the effort pays, because concentrating on all that in a 15-minute lecture is huge. The task is huge. But then when we start with the periodic table in chemistry that is so frightening, and they are asking, do I need to learn all those symbols, all those acronyms? And we say, just keep calm, and we let them play, interact, and make decisions, and they start to see how they can link one thing to another. If I make a mistake, I have a colleague that corrects it, and I identify the error and I correct it, and then the learning is much deeper. And so we go from that static learning where you only receive to participate in interacting and making decisions within the game. And how do you reach that goal? Is it a personal initiative of yours, or do you try to convince your team, or did you have a passion for video games before that? Well, I grew up with video games. I have an age, and I have seen from the Ataris, the Commodores, and I have seen the whole development of personal computers and all the video games and everything. And I'm lucky enough to have this opportunity in the school where I work. We can be innovative.
En distintas tecnologías.
And we can use different methodologies, different technologies, both active and innovative, within the classroom. And with that passion for video games, as human beings, we all like playing, and it is very easy to bring children to that point. And if you start to develop your ideas, you start thinking there are serious games where you can change the goal, look for a partner, or sinking the fleet. You can use that within the classroom and change the goal, and you can learn concepts, the names of the lab material, and make it more interactive using that video game, because they are the main users, and they are much better than us. And then if you dare to do it, you can give it a twist, and you can bring those 20 students to the classroom and make them learn through that interaction, not just killing things. I had the intuition that it was a personal objective of yours, because I think that it seems that the educational environment is just a question of one of cases where someone is able to introduce video games in the classroom, and I know that the attention gap has decreased, and you can increase many of the skills, but we are still missing that serious step of making it real. And we belong to the same generation when we watched Amadeus, the movie, and it was something that we thank them for, and this is like a fresh gust of wind, and you can learn without that exercise of your memory, where you have to vomit everything that you have learned and by heart, and let's see how many names or how many dates you have forgotten. Yes, most of my fellow teachers are very reluctant to use this, because they need to cover the whole curriculum and so on, and it is quite complex to really fit everything together and bring them to the end goal, which is the most difficult one. Of course, they can get carried away by playing, so we need to stick to the goal. But there are more and more people that are creating a network, and they see that someone has tried something and it worked, and they can tweak it and change things, and they use one program or one game or whatever, and they turn it around, and there's a whole community, and we have created a network, and I'm very, very thankful for having those colleagues that help me, and we all help each other. And with that, we work, and we go by. Of course, it's complex because everyone has his or her own curriculum, and you have to stick to the things that you have to deliver to the children. Otherwise, you can also look to Nacho's movies. Do you recommend a movie for one of the classes? Well, it's too violent, I think. Too violent to watch in a classroom with children. Let's talk about the narrative event in cinema, something that does not happen in video games as exactly as it happens in the movie world. That vantage point from a filmmaker that wants to convey a story. But video games in the last few years, if you look at the Mass Effect finale, they didn't. It was not convincing for the community, and they created a different finale for that. And could you shoot another finale for Apocalypse Now or for some of your movies? Well, perhaps when the movie is completed, you cannot change it because of the audience, but it is possible that some of the movies that you're watching lately that are produced by a studio can be the result of a two-figure number of screenings where people deliver their opinion and their feedback second by second, and people that are controlling the vital constants of the people that are watching the movie and before they premiere the movie. So they manipulate the movie and they expose it to the audience, and perhaps they are making different decisions. Yes, there are more movies in Blu-ray, for example, where you have alternative endings that were modified with screenings and feedback from spectators. I think that studio cinema has always been modified after the audience has had contact with the movie. And you adapt to the expectations, like Proyecto Salvación, for example. The movie Proyecto Salvación is a movie that was millimetrically designed for today's spectators, for this month and this year. It has a very minute control of the spectator that didn't exist some years ago, where Ryan Gosling, for example, discovers that he has to purchase a bigger box to do an experiment. This is not a spoiler if you haven't watched the movie. And he says, we have to build a bigger box. And then in the next take, they should be building a bigger one. But there's an intermediate take where there's a music video and they are dancing in a supermarket. And that's something that they inserted just as a consequence of a TikTok. It is a TikTok embedded into the movie, because people were, the spectators were starting to look at their mobile phone, and so they recover them. And so that has a very little trust in the audience. And I wanted to discuss this movie in particular because it would have been easy to use the example of a bad movie. But this is a very celebrated movie that is considered an example of good cinema. But it is not a remake or going back to an old movie. If you put Gremlins on a cinema, people in 20 minutes you will have people looking at their mobile phones. And on the contrary, one of my favorite games, Blueprints, it is a game that for 8 years was developed by a single person in an ivory tower. So perhaps that uniqueness of movies that are created by dysfunctional people, turning their back on what the audience wants with a different understanding, are also successful. So people respond to primary smells and to primary stimuli, and so perhaps that is a consequence of the video gaming industry. So you think that battle has been lost in mass cinema? Yes, in mass cinema, yes, and I don't know if there's going to be any other cinema in a while. The distrust of the audience in current or in contemporary cinema can be calmed down by the extraordinary confidence that I see in contemporary video games, in certain types of video games. Of course, not in the most celebrated ones, but the prestigious cinema right now is not exactly the same as when we were children. A festival like Cannes or Venice could discover Peter Greenaway, Mr. Herzog, Tarkovsky, very cerebral directors that are not creators of movies that have an obvious sentimental load or weight. Herzog, for example, could shoot Fata Morgana or something like that and not make it emotional. It can be a fully intellectual movie, and they can do that. And that type of cinema, not mass cinema, that elite cinema in the last few years, if you look at the Venice and Cannes prizes, is a sentimental type of movie. I can watch the last 10 award winners winning movies and watch them with my family, because they are not violent or they are not strange. I can watch with my mother Anora, or a Triangle of Sadness, or The Brutalist, which is like a soap opera, but I can think of many examples, but not the Titan, for example. But prestigious cinema is more familiar now, and familiar cinema is more like children cinema. And on the contrary, I have to resort to emerging gender, what we call metrobrainia, which are jigsaw puzzles, whose premise you also have to discover. So those are games Outer Wilds or The Witness, Crowd Zero, and games where the trust that is placed on you as an intelligent individual is huge. Those games allow me to feel dumb again, which is an exquisite feeling. If you have been 10 years in your life where nothing makes you feel stupid, probably you are becoming stupid yourself. Probably I'm becoming one, because I like video games like Portal that make you feel smarter than you are, where you say this could not be created by anyone else, and the levels are so perfectly designed that you have the feeling that you are the only one that can come up with that idea. But Portal, I'm stupid, I'm a genius. That's the movement, but there's a moment where you feel stupid, and that's great. Yeah, that's the narrative of horror, and that is something that is lost in cinema. Disqualition, for example. Disqualition is a more developed thing. It's like gameable literature, and that is much more sophisticated than what is done in cinema or Outer Wilds, as you mentioned. That's a game where the climax, the narrative tipping point, it is not like a tunnel full of obstacles where everything is very clear, there are connections. No, it is a game. I don't know how it lasts 10 to 15 minutes until something happens. There, the climax, when you repeat it, is when you realize what is happening. That's when you can find an answer, and that's very difficult to do in cinema. Watching a movie that is able to attain those goals through some tools, something that is dissonant or and unique, that's becoming more and more difficult to find in cinema. Or in traditional gaming, if Mario Bros was adapted to cinema, I would love to 2D to be respected and to see only the profile, to watch everything in 2D. But I don't think they will get as far as that. But a game such as The Witness, which is the first one that left a hallmark in me, you have an island with around 400 jigsaw puzzles, and you have to complete all of them to finish the game. The truth is that the experience and the knowledge that you accumulate while you are solving those puzzles allows you to close the game in 1 minute when you start from scratch. I mean, instead of accumulating keys that open doors, instead of letting the character grow, you are the one that grows. Why? Because you know something that you didn't know before. And I'm talking about the fact that they do not allow the character to evolve and to take leaps or to be able to shoot with their finger. No, it's the character is always the same. It is you that evolves. And when I go to the cinema, for example, Proyecto Salvation Project, every time that Ryan Gosling has an idea, he writes it down on a blackboard for you to read. Yeah, we've lost the mystery. No, there can be a mystery. No, but I mean a mystery where you feel dumb, as you said. I love to feel dumb, and it's a feeling that I treasure a lot lately. And I don't know whether you treasure also regarding video gaming that feeling of co-creation compared to the vertical traditional format of I have created this story, which also exists with video games, but simply the fact of, for a filmmaker, to give the camera to the player, to have the point of view of the gamer, and every player lives his or her own experience, which is different from the rest. So there's a phenomenon of co-creation between the architect that created the universe and the player that is creating the rules along the way. I don't know if that belongs to Matrix more. Well, the art director in a video game is inspired in a different discipline, which is the escape room. Escape room is a system designed not to break, so that you cannot break it however clumsy you are. And that's the nature. It's not a jigsaw puzzle, because a puzzle can be printed in 2D, but escape room is a key that opens a lock, but both have to be solid, have to be recognizable, and have to have a degree of iconic pureness, so that you can understand that this is a key and this is a lock. And that's the translation of that language of the 3D digital environment to the discipline of escape rooms, which is fascinating for me. Yeah, that's the key question and how I approach it. I sometimes find myself thinking I want to use a different type of game, because it is learning based on gaming more than gamification. I leave others to do that, but I take that approach of learning, and I have to take a step to create an escape room. The rules are the content of the subject, and I am going to place some hieroglyphics or some tests, and you have to be able to apply them or solve them or get further down the line. And everything that you are discussing is around that. That's what we use, and everything has to have a thread, a leitmotif that has a mechanism that makes them do things that have a response or an interaction. And if you want to make that interactive and educational, you have to have some content behind, otherwise it will just be a game. And with those three elements, those three factors, which are the ones that you are discussing, is what you need. I don't just receive it, I just co-create, but I am thinking, am I just changing the format and creating escape rooms? I want to use other types of games and take a step further, but for the time being, I'm quite happy with what I'm doing, and children love it, and everyone that wants to join is welcome. But there's something in the fact that you make it interactive and let the community participate, which is very interesting. And the role plays, for example, the GTA universe, you go there and they do corruption in Marbella. a TV series. I don't know. I guess that some of you will know the role play. It's like the role play where you improvise, but imagine that with 500 people within a GTA server with certain degree of realism, where everyone has to play a character, and you have the perspective of 500 characters. That's huge. That is incredible. And for those that have not witnessed that, please give it an opportunity, because there are role servers where people are doing terrible things, but in normal servers there are some rules, and it's very fresh and very rewarding to be able to follow a story where you can follow a character that can be a tender or a bricklayer, and you may love how they act, and you are not subject to the actions that happen to them or that they take. You can choose what characters you want to watch, and to be able to see the different perspectives of the different characters, and you can do that in Twitch or in any streaming platform, and it's incredible what people without any training can do. There are actors that do a great job, but there are people who do not have any degree or any training, and they can come up with excellent ideas through improvisation. Yeah, I'm remember about the machinima, the 90s. You take Tom Hanks as an outcast, and you take it comes from machine and cinema, and you put the plot or the plot that you like, and you place that character in a 3D video game, thanks to the community that is very participative, and they shoot their own movies. And that's also very interesting, how the spectator becomes a filmmaker. You've given as an example Tom Hanks, which is not the most appropriate example, the outcast in a I was thinking about Monkey Island anyway, but Castaway, not Outcast, sorry. It's like Lost. In Lost there were monsters, and there was bunkers and so on. And in Castaway there is just a coconut and very little else. Yeah, it makes you feel dumb, that coconut as well. Yes, that's right.
Yes, but imagine just an actor that in a movie you have, and you give the material to the audience, and they generate another kind of movie, another kind of narrative. Yes, I've always hesitated about the value of interaction itself. Or interactivity. As a consumer of both linear narratives and interactive narratives, I always think that we've dreamed about the possibility of both lands to come together, when actually the wonderful thing about movies, about cinema, is not having to interact with the story, with the narrative. If I think about a movie that I really want to watch again, Barton Fink, for example, by the Coen brothers, what I want to do is I don't want to interact. I don't want to take part in the and the pleasure of interaction is the opposite to that passivity. So maybe after playing for 5 games, I want to watch a movie, and I just want to watch it and not make any decisions. And after watching movies for a long time, I just want to game and I want to interact. I don't want them to tell me a story. I want to create something myself. So I think it's two different worlds. They're the opposite to each other. So I don't think they're going to come together. They would have already by now. The only movies, the only cinema that has been successful in interaction is porn movies. Actually, if you think about it, that's like a different level. That's I think it's the only sphere. No, I didn't mean that literal. I didn't mean that physical interaction. I was talking not about the psychological interaction. In tweets, for example, it's your constantly interacting, right? Yes, but I think the kind of interaction that you're talking about, you're a bastard, actually, you know? Yes, my last name is Machiavello. Well, I think that when it's after watching something, I wouldn't call it interaction. For example, in your case, in what you're saying, sometimes you watch something, in Twin Peaks. I enjoy this. I enjoy more time after watching the series than actually watching it, because it's all that time that. Well, yes, but that's more an intellectual pleasure that may have existed since prehistoric times, actually. And it may be related to what we're talking about here today, but I think it's a different thing. No, you're right. But I think that interaction, the interaction associated with video games, it's a pleasure, also an intellectual pleasure, but in a different way. Yes, it's more like because you're changing the work itself, right? It's different to what the audience does. Yes, because a movie is an engine that works even if you're not there, and the video game, if you just leave, it stops. Yes, and there are also persistent worlds that continue being there and happening while you're not there, right? And there was something that was controversial years ago when a creator said that David Cage's video games were not video games. Heavy Rain, all those games where you just interact with points where you have to press a button. He was saying if the user does not have power, if he's just what happened with Dragon's Lair, then is it a game? Or that's like Tetris. In Tetris, you're not picking a camera or a perspective, and it's pure gaming. No, for me it's a great game. The question is not that. It's like I'm creating an open world where the gamer is empowered and they can choose, the gamers can choose absolutely everything, the perspective, the camera, the point of view. Yes, well, that's actually a combination between movies and video games, and it's just like in Heavy Rain or Detroit Became Human, or in many other games. Depending on the game, you have more or less tools, more fun for the gamer. But apart from that, we had Bandersnatch as well. By Netflix, it was the same. You had a story and there were different endings. Yes, like Pick Your Own Adventure, right? Those books. Yes, and it's variations, but not so different, because it cannot be that complex, so they don't have to shoot 50 different endings, right? So, but in games, yes, I do see that combination. I do see that mix, but it's not that it's not a game just because of that. Yes, and there are games that you can enjoy. You can give the remote control to Until Dawn, for example, or Heavy Rain. You can enjoy the game with someone sitting next to you. You don't need to have the remote, the control. You can just be like the audience, right? Someone sitting next to you, and you're just holding the popcorn bowl, and you are creating something together, but you don't have the remote control yourself. Yes, and you can also kill some characters or get rid of them. But yes, it's true that it's a lot like a narrative. And Nacho, what are your projects right now? Is there any project that you have right now because you can tell that you're very passionate about video games, and you're very respectful about them as well? Yes, all my respect, for sure. I think that if I was offered to do a video game, I would just jump into it straight away. But what would be the conditions for you to like a project like that? You're talking about the salary, or no, we're talking about culture here. No, yes, that would be my rational reaction. But I have the feeling that until I'm not right there into it, I wouldn't even know if I'm able to, because I don't want to be the typical nerd that jumps into video games, but I'm just actually doing just like a movie, right? Because probably the video games that I like, they are not necessarily the ones that look like a movie. I show all my respect to video games, and I respect them because actually lately when someone talks about the positive impact of video games, that kind of things that we tend to say they're good for social aspects, and when I hear those things, it disturbs me a little bit, because nobody says, no, movies are good, cinema is good, it's good for your muscles, for your tension, for your blood pressure. No, because the movies are good, or all other movies are a waste of time for you. And in the same way, I don't think that all video games are good, and not all video games have a positive impact. So we cannot talk in general like that. We need to assess each video game and be specific about it, just the way we do with movies. Or even going beyond that, authors, creators. And I think it's important to start talking about authors, about creators. I like that you mentioned David Cage. Sometimes he's not mentioned in a good way, but also I like us talking about Hideo Kojima, or the author of Blueprints, or authors beyond studios, because we need to talk about good and bad authors in video games, because that way you can understand each specific piece of work independently, which is the thing that can give it value or not. That's when I think the sector is going to be mature enough. I agree with you. Yes, when we want to empower, to talk about the positive impact of video games, it's true that you don't talk about the gray areas that are also there, of course, and it ends up being an argument that may be weak, right? Because it may be a way. We may actually be saying, I want to convince you that video games are good, like when someone was trying to sell an encyclopedia. No, we need to go beyond that and see how it happens in all sectors, in all cultural fields or creative arts. Well, there are good things and bad things. There are many books written, not all of them are good, right? So I understand what you say, yes. I totally agree with what you were saying. We need to take that step forward. I am also a little bit uncomfortable in that moment when you are trying to constantly convince everybody that this is good. No, reality should they just should prove whether they're good or bad by themselves. Yes, but it's for now, video games are linked to consumption, so it's really linked to that idea of the customer is always right, the client is always right. It is true that it's a recreational thing, an entertaining thing, but we are trying to find profitability just the same. So sometimes when that happens, you go beyond the creative aspect, and it's the same thing that happens with movies when it's related to consumption. When we think about a piece of work that needs to comply with some product standards, that's what doesn't allow you to see the work itself, the creation itself. You don't want to just jump inside and do that exercise of really assessing a specific piece of work. That used to happen also with other elite cultural actions like opera or painting or sculpture. You don't stand in front of an art worker, say, oh, this is so positive, this is the way we do with video games. No, this has not been a satisfaction for me, so it's worthless, right? No, if we have that attitude, we cannot look beyond, because it's not considered elite or high culture in the case of video games, right? Or movies, because of that idea of the consumer, the audience as a consumer. Yes, and also the idea of cultural industry, right? Because in the movie industry, we don't always talk about that, but in the video games, it's a cultural industry. So part of the word itself, the phrase itself, comes in conflict with the idea of video games being culture. I encouraged you to send your questions in the chat. We only had one comment. Someone saying, why are the voices of the participants so similar? And I don't know what you're talking about. And now we're going to move to another roundtable. What Nacho was saying, that he's concerned when he hears video games are good, and he's suspicious when he hears that. But now we're going to talk about also the dangers that video games may have, especially when we are dealing with brains that are developing, girls, boys, young children, because we need to be vigilant and take care of minors who approach video games. This is what we will talk about in the next roundtable, but I just want to insist what a pleasure it was to share this roundtable with you. It was very fruitful to share all these comments and ideas with you, and I hope we will keep having more opportunities. Nacho Vigalondo, Jordi Maquiavelo, Juanjo Gómez. We continue with Beyond the Game. Thank you very much.
Qué chulo. Qué bueno. Bueno, pues os voy a ir introduciendo poco a poco esta mesa mientras hacemos unos pequeños cambios aquí en el...
I will introduce the next roundtable while we change some things on the stage. As Santiago said, we will have another roundtable, this time about minors, because in the industry we are totally aware that video games are a tool. And just like any other tool, like social media, like the internet, just anything we have available nowadays, we are aware that there are risks when you are using them. But what's the role of companies? What are the tools we have as consumers and as parents to choose to pick games that are appropriate for our kids' age and maturity? Because what we want is for all kids to be able to grow up playing, gaming, and that it is something positive for them. The topics that we will deal with this roundtable come from a survey that I did with parents that I am related with. So I'll try to speak here on behalf of that community of parents that have been concerned at some point or have had any concerns about how to control and how to encourage a good use of video games among their kids. I hope it won't be very complex, but we do want to address these concerns so that you can get some useful tools. It's amazing to have these speakers with us for this roundtable. I would like to welcome Javier Capel, the director of Ubisoft Barcelona. Thank you very much, Javier. Welcome. We also have Rosa Gil Bernabé, PR executive in Nintendo Spain. Welcome, Rosa. Thank you. And we have Sofia Yuso, Director of Public Affairs in Roblox. Okay, great. So we will start talking about these doubts, these concerns that parents may have, because it's true that times have changed. We do have parents that play video games themselves, fortunately. But some of us come from a different generation where our parents didn't let us play. And I don't want this to happen to kids now. So I want to give to parents these tools so they can play, they can game, and so that kids can grow up enjoying video games. Parents always try to find the balance between video games and other kind of activities, and they usually ask how we can control gaming time. We know that there are parental controls, and I would like to ask you, Rosa, what kind of things we can manage in this Nintendo console, which is a platform that is a reference for parents and kids, and how difficult it is to set it all up? It's a very good question because it's the first question that all parents ask. Nintendo Switch and Nintendo Switch 2 have different parental controls, but can also be set up even before getting to the parental control. When you get the console out of the box, you can already have restrictions based on age. When you create the Nintendo accounts, you can also do that, limiting the purchases, for example. And also we have the most versatile option. It's the one we recommend, which is the parental control by Nintendo Switch that works for Nintendo Switch and Nintendo Switch 2. And it allows you to control different things. The time, you can establish a gaming time per day. You may have different times depending on the day. For example, Saturdays you have more time, or you have exams on Fridays. On Thursday you don't have any time at all. Any family can establish it, set it up the way they want. We have different options. In one case, the console, the device lets the kid know, and in other circumstances, you can actually have the device to switch off completely. That's an option. The different options that the parents have. Then you can also have some rest time in the evening, or you can maybe block the device from 8 p.m. till 7 p.m. or whatever time you decide. And also parents have the possibility to get information about the games that their kids are playing with, and they can also control online gaming if they decide that the kid can play online, because that has different setup features. And they can also have a limitation to communications. If there are games where the user can interact or send emojis or send chat messages, they can have a limitation on that. They can restrict that possibility. Yes, at the end of the day, you can choose, right? They cannot download a game that is not appropriate for them. Yes, you can choose all that, customizing it with the age of the kid. And then there are different categories also with different ranges. We always have to set it up, set the limitation considering the age of the youngest kid who is going to use it. But you can also have different options. If I have an 11-year-old girl who couldn't play with the Wild, for example, but I think as a mother that she would enjoy it, that I consider that it's appropriate for her, even if it's above the recommended age for her, I can decide that she can play. The most important thing as parents, that parents always have their tools to establish what they think that is appropriate for their kids. Yes, but we also need them to be involved, to be engaged, to know, to pay attention to what kind of games they can play or they cannot play, right? And Javier, in your case, you've created many games that minors play, right bands, for example. I love that one. But I would like to know if these games also have parental control tools, or if it's more associated to the platform. No, we are of course based on the platform. The platform has its own parental controls, but it's true that if you go to Ubisoft Connect, we have a very similar system. The Ubisoft accounts, we have 3 different kinds of accounts. We have a children account, a teen account, and a grown-up and adult account. And we have the same kind of controls from the adult account. You can control gaming time, the amount of money that you can spend a month, all that you can control from the adult Ubisoft Connect account. And then from the children or teen account and profiles, you can set up other controls, not these ones. It's the adult, the grown-up who has to validate the setup in the children or teen account. And this is aside from the restrictions or limitations, the parental control that you have already from the platform, right? And that's very good. We also have Roblox. It's a platform that breaks with all the standards because they have 150 million active users at the beginning of this year, 2026. It's one of the most popular games among kids, but it's true that if we are based on data from 2024, many adults also play. This combination between kids, children and adults is concerning sometimes for parents, and I would like to know what kind of things you can manage from the parental control tools that you may have, and in which way you can have an age-based verification which is not vulnerable, which is reliable, so kids cannot pretend to be adults, and access to contents that are not appropriate.
I can talk for 6 hours. First of all, buenos días, soy Sofía. Lo siento, no puedo hablar en español.
First of all, good morning. I cannot speak in Spanish.
Language.
In English, I think it's
But
okay.
English is better, I think.
It's better,
okay. Thank you so much for having me. Roblox is a very big platform, obviously. And it has user-generated content. So we don't design and we don't produce any games, which I'm very sad about, because I love the games that are designed and by artists like Ubisoft. I cried at the end of Assassin's Creed Black Flag, just saying. So I love gaming, and I think a lot of times what we forget when it comes to childhood and gaming is how fun they can be, how much of a source of connection they can be within families. My favorite, the first time I went to Paris Games Week, my favorite was the Nintendo, and all of the kids and all of the parents excitedly wanting to go to the Nintendo stall, and sort of like they were remembering the same characters but from different eras. So that's what Roblox believes in. We want to create rules and systems that actually allow users, whatever their age, to experience the games in ways that are good for them. And that's why we have parental controls, and that's why all of our safety systems are geared towards that idea of co-experiencing and learning and collaborating in a space that is safe according to the age that you have. So thank you, Rosa, for all of that description of your parental controls. We do exactly the same stuff.
Okay.
Right? So I don't have to repeat myself. But there's two things. Whatever answer I give today, there's two things that are very important to remember. Number one, none of the safety tools that we have, and we have a lot, on its own is 100% excellent. There will always be a percentage that has to be improved, which is exactly why we have a lot of them. So we're trying to catch things out from multiple sides. And the second thing is that Roblox, because of who we are and what we do and our scale and all of that, I'm not here to tell you, here are all of our amazing safety tools. Like, that's not it at all, because we improve our safety tools every single day. Just last year, we had 140 improvements in the safety tools. In other companies, the number two is, the number one's the CEO, and then it's the COO, CMO, CFO, whatever. Our number two is our Chief Safety Officer. And our Chief Safety Officer, Matt Kaufman, he updates every single month on the blog all of the safety improvements that we have done on the platform. So from our perspective, any answer I give you, none of the tools on its own will be absolutely the solution. And because we know that, we keep improving them all of the time, and we have a lot of them. And we can talk more in detail in a minute.
Okay, perfect. Pues vamos a hablar de eso un poquito en detalle.
Okay, yes, well then let's talk about these in further detail, because another concern by parents is the protection systems, the online interaction of kids. How can we supervise, how can we control this online gaming? What tools, what systems you have in your games, in your platforms, to eradicate toxicity and avoid contact with people they don't know? Well, in the first place, and as Sofia said, not any parental control can be a substitute for parents being there, paying attention, being involved, and trying to see what their kids are playing and what's the experience they are having. In the platforms for Nintendo Switch and Nintendo Switch 2, you have the opportunity to just not allow online gaming. You have that option. Even if games that have online options, you can have that restriction and have a limitation on that. If parents feel safer with kids not playing online, you don't have to set that option up. But if parents want their kids to be in touch, to communicate with friends who live far away, with relatives, they have a limited online option in many games. For example, Mario Wonder or Mario Kart World, where kids can just send emojis or preset phrases. And you also have the option of establishing or setting up a chat, which comes also with some guarantees, thinking about the use that minors can have. So to use the chat, you need a Nintendo Switch Online account, which is a paid subscription. There's no way, you just not have a button on the console, on the device that you can access the game chat. No, you need to have a subscription, a paid subscription to be able to access it. And any kid need to be approved by the parent through the parental control app. Okay, if it's a children's account where the approval of parent is important, the kid cannot access the chat unless the parent approves the use of game chat. Okay, and they need to also to approve each individual person that the child is going to talk to, because the child can receive an invitation, then the parent gets a notification in their app and they have to approve each specific user. Then you have different profiles where parents can save information about those kids. Who is this kid that wants to play with you? Well, it's a friend from your soccer team. Okay, it's Juanita from the soccer team. And parents always have the opportunity and the chance to see who is the kid talking to, or they also have the track record of the chat. Game chat also has an option where you can have a chat conversation with a camera. Again, with having these, you need to buy a camera. It's not a camera that comes integrated in the device, so it's not just that the kid can turn on, switch on the camera. No, the parents need to buy a camera, an individual device, and parents can set it up or not. Parents can decide what is the camera going to show, only the face of the camera, or if the camera is not going to show anything, or if it's just the silhouette of the kid, and they can establish that for each individual chat. And each video chat needs to be approved or authorized each time. Once you authorize a user, they can chat with the user, but if it's a video chat, they need to approve it every single time. This is it's very good, right? Because you actually can make sure that all communication is safe, that is controlled with that parental control limitations, that they cannot do it through a different platform, right? They just have everything they need, so they can make sure that they are not losing control of what users can access the communication with your kid.
And in the case of roadblocks, the parents have let me know about their concern, because as you said, Sofia, this is in permanent development. Your tools are being developed, and in the future we've seen that sometimes we're going perhaps too far, and we have seen minors exposed to inappropriate content and grooming and so on. And you told me that you are implementing those changes and those new features, and I would like to know exactly what you are implementing to guarantee that minors can play in a safe environment in Roblox.
That went wrong. So let's talk a little bit about parental controls and what they do. Mm-hmm. And the way that we're trying to approach this is by getting the parents to have a conversation with their child and setting the appropriate guardrails. So that's one bit of what is happening. So, for example, if you're under 13, and someone wants to be a friend or a trusted connection on the platform, the parent will also have to give permission. All of those good things exist. And parental controls basically mean that the parent is able to control if the child is allowed to spend money and how much money, what sort of games they can play. They can block specific games from being played. They can control connections, etc., etc. And that's why I always encourage parents to make sure that they have their own account, which is connected to their child's. Not because, and I think usually people are like, oh, but my kid plays in the living room, it's absolutely fine, I watch what they do, and that's absolutely fine. So I don't recommend it just from the safety perspective. I recommend it because, number one, by setting it up, you also understand a lot more about what your kid's interested in. But also, sometimes kids are silly or forgetful. They might forget their password, they might lose access or something like that. And if you've got the parent account activated, you can take care of that. And we have it in our memory that those two accounts are connected. But beyond that, we think that children's safety is a collaboration, right? And it needs to happen from the platform perspective, and it needs to happen from the parent perspective and the user perspective if they're of an appropriate age. Now, one of the things that we do is we're trying to maintain a civil environment, right? Like, we believe in the idea that if it's not a pleasant space, then kids will not want to come and play. That's why we have things like our content is controlled and checked before it is actually published. And this is a really good example of when I tell you that we make improvements all the time, right? So there is an AI and human moderation, if necessary, before you publish from Roblox Studio, and the game goes like, I'm so sorry, I have my back at you, but I'm hoping that the camera helps. So we check that. All right, but Roblox is a live thing, right? So within the game, we approved it. It's blocks. You're just going to make shapes. Excellent. Great game. Educational. And then someone might try to make a rude image, right? Usually if I'm in a meeting, I use examples, but I think this is being recorded, so I'm not gonna. So say you're a kid, you want to be a little bit rude to your friends, so you might create a rude thing with the cubes. That's why we have multi-modal moderation live on the games, and we check as things are happening. And I'm not going to claim that suddenly, 100% of what is being created is going to get caught out, but we've seen a massive improvement in behavior with items in games by using those systems. The other thing that we do is we definitely want to make sure that when you collaborate in games and you use chat, and by the way, in Roblox, you can only do text and voice, nothing else. We want to make sure that you talk to people who are of your own age group, right? If you're 9, you should not be talking to anyone who's 20. That's why we implemented facial age estimation. We didn't want to do this before. We didn't want to limit it because before, the trend in the industry was self-declaration. You tell me how old you are, I believe you. That sort of thing. And that clearly doesn't work. So we implemented facial age estimation. What does that do? If you want to use any of the chat features on Roblox, you have to facial age estimate. No question about it. There's no other way. So we use a third-party ML system, Persona, and what it does, it doesn't just check for your age, it checks for, are you real? Does the light hit you the right way? Are you pretending? Did you just upload an image of Al Pacino and kind of pretend? I should start using Spanish examples. I don't know. You just uploaded an image of a famous actor and you're pretending it's them. That sort of thing. So it checks for all of that, and then it puts you in a box, an age box, 9 to 11, 12 to 14, etc., etc. And then what happens is that as you get in the game, you can't chat with anyone who's very far outside of your age group. Because we really want to make, because what do you have to say? Nothing. The only exception to that is if your parent, if you're under 13 or as a teenager, you approve someone as a trusted contact. And for parents, this is actually quite useful because they might have two kids, one's 9, the other is 15, and they want to play together, or they play with an aunt or something like that. So that's another example. And then finally, I just really want to tell you this, and if there's parents in here, you're gonna understand. So we did facial age estimation, and we're like, brilliant, this is really good. And then we realized that a lot of kids, because if you're a child and you get something on a system that you use that requires you to do a security check, right? Like facial age estimation, it's a passport, it's a credit card that's required, something like that. What do? You give it to your mother or your father, right? Like, because you don't know how to deal with the system.
Right.
So we realized that some parents, they would contact us and say, hey, I was doing the dishes, and my kid came and they were like, Mama, facial age estimate for me. And suddenly now my kid's account is at, over 20, and I need to fix this. So then we had to fix that system to sort of like trigger facial age estimation again, to make sure that we avoided that. I'm going to stop now. I have like loads more examples, but we can talk more.
No, it's a great example, and it's a great update because the parents were very worried about the check on the age, So,
exactly.
Yeah. That's great. Thank you.
And it allows us more changes, right? Like now that we have this system, we've got 144 million users, close to 50. I think we're standing at 47% have age checked. And now that we have this system, it means that we can do further changes. And I'm not spoiling the surprise, but like further changes are coming based on the fact that we now know we've facial age estimated you, so we can make the experience even more appropriate to you.
Es genial porque,
That's excellent, because one of the main concerns regarding Roblox was that age verification concern, which was vulnerable at some point. But the question to be able to control it in this way is excellent, and the fact that you continue to review it will make them give them peace of mind. Let's go to another topic that have been mentioned, which is the election of content, how to choose content that is appropriate for our children. I would like to know what tools do parents have available to choose the right game for minors, Javier. What tools do parents have available? We have PEGI, PEGI, where we have that exact classification of the ages and the games for specific ages. Or you have press, both written and online press, where you can check that. And also very interesting is also to talk to your children and see what their interests are and what they want to play, what games they prefer. And I think that we have to let them play, but of course it is also very important to experiment with them, to play with them, and to check and see and do joint activities so that you can find out what they are interested on. And you as a parent, I don't know if this has happened to you, but I have many parents that tell me about this. There's a new GTA, for example, a new game that is very, very trendy, and your kid comes and say, my friends are playing GTA and I also want to play. And sometimes they ask, what do I do in this case? Do I let him or her play a game that is not appropriate for their age, or do I run the risk of isolating him or her from the group of friends and prevent them from feeling integrated? How can you react to those situations? Well, the responsibility of the kids playing the right games is a shared responsibility of all of us, we as parents, but the developers as well, and the platforms and the controllers. My kid has 6 years and is 6 years old, and he's not going to play in GTA. It's not the time for that. In my case, I would make a different proposal, a different game. That's what I would propose. So we need to have a list of games that are appropriate and the ones that are not appropriate as well. I also recommend that you look at Root Gamer, which is a very powerful resource for parents and educators, where you will be able to find a lot of information about what types of games can be appropriate and how to access those more appropriate types of content. And Rosa, you told me that you also have that option in parental control to choose what types of games they can download. I don't know if there's any other type of tool or recommendations at Nintendo based on your what the things you like, so that they recommend appropriate games. Yes, there are news pages where they speak about games and they make recommendations based on the likes and dislikes. But of course, also parents, as Javier says, this is a teamwork, and we are all involved, and our responsibility as an industry is huge, and we try to live up to the challenge, and entities such as AEVI or legislation and so on. But in the end, it's parents that have to make the decision, and that's the approach. And sometimes it is more difficult to get into the world of their children when it comes to video games, and perhaps in other areas we don't have a problem to watch TV series that they watch or that they like, or movies or cartoons or tales or fairy tales. But video games are exactly the same. You need to get into the topic and explore it and find out. Once you get into the topic and you look at the game and you see the things that come up, and you know what frightens your child and what things they like and what calls their attention, whether it is more a jigsaw puzzle or an adventure or a very active character or a very passive one. You are the one that knows your child best, and you need to provide them with a set of proposals that can adapt to all their situations and all their interests. And yes, you also have that responsibility as an industry like PEGI and parental controls, so that those are tools that are easy to configure and can be understood by everyone. But things can be made very easy, but we need, of course, some involvement on the part of the parents. They need to learn a little bit. That's something that you do once, and you just have to devote some time. And I don't mean that you then forget about it, but you just have to devote a little bit of time at the beginning, and then get involved into some maintenance, so to speak. In the case of Roblox, they have a PEGI 7, but as Sofia said, the main success is that the user can also create games and experiences. On the one hand, it is a game that promotes creativity a lot, but on the other hand, we've also seen content for adults that, as you said, are reviewed. So how can you strike a balance at Roblox, the creative part of the community vis-a-vis the responsibility to prevent inappropriate content for children?
I just checked. Because I'm sitting right next to the PEGI representative, and I was like, we're not a 7, are we? She was like, no, you're a platform. So actually, Roblox has a parental guidance rating on the PEGI system, and the PEGI system is getting more and more sophisticated. Like they've done some wonderful changes lately to account for new types of games. Generally, with Roblox, what we try to do is we're trying to create a circle of communication, right? So first of all, yes, this is my personal opinion, and this is Roblox's opinion as well. Like, parents need to be involved in the reality of their children's lives. My kid is 6, and at some point, like a few months ago, he came up and because I allow him to choose music in the car, which is a mistake. If you don't have kids yet, never start allowing them to choose music in the car. But anyway, so he says, I want to hear Golden. I have no idea what that is. And it turns out that I have to do some research, and it is the whatever Demon Hunters. And then I have to watch it, and it was delightful. But you have to do that stuff. Like you got to watch what they tell you that they found out from school or from friends. And I think it's very similar with games. And I think our generation, I'm old-ish, so in our generation, gaming was, I think, for fewer people than it is today. And I think that idea for a lot of parents has stuck because we are of that generation. And I think gaming now is ubiquitous. A lot of teachers use it. Thank you. That was fascinating. So we do try to get them in, and to get them in, that's why the parental controls are the way that they are. But also, we have created a global parent council, and we do have representatives from all across Europe as well, so it's not just an American exercise. So on our parent council, we have a lot of parents who tell us, you know, if the parental controls are easy or difficult, if the maturity content labels are easy to understand or not easy to understand. And we take a lot of that feedback because, you know, we want to be giving them information, but like we also want to know if it actually works when they're having conversations with their children. And then finally, beyond the safety tools and all of that, we try to create environments that allow parents who are very, very worried to sort of like dip a toe with their kid. So one of the things that we did, I think people think of Roblox only as games, you know, but actually it's got a couple of other verticals. So there's educational games on Roblox, and there's also experiences like concerts and things like that. That's how I found out who Bad Bunny was, by the way. Like he had a set on Roblox, and then I was like, oh, okay, the new artist. I should have known. So we do that, and parents who want to dip their toe in, we have created a special page which is called our Learning Hub, and we have hand curated only games that are educational. Okay. And those games are like, my favorite is Mission to Mars. Like you learn how to, about science and space flight and Mars conditions and geology and that sort of thing. Google has one that's called Be Internet Safe, and it teaches kids how to avoid phishing and how not to share personal information. So we do that as well. If a parent just wants to check it out, but they don't know what to choose, you know, like there's a safer space in there with educational games to see if they think it's fun.
Sorry, where can you check this?
So even just Google Roblox Learning Hub or educational games or anything like that, and there's a full list.
Perfect. That's a great resource. Bueno, pues vamos a hablar también de.
Okay, let's talk also about another topic that is a concern for parents, which is purchases. In-game purchases. We've seen the news of children who have spent huge amounts of money from their parents, but of course the platform in the end gives it back. You can manage that to some extent, but if we devote some time beforehand to manage those things, you won't have those surprises. What measures can we implement to control and limit those purchases? Javier, as I said before, in the Ubisoft platform, apart from other platforms, from your adult account, you can control directly how much money your associated infant account can spend. And normally they start with 0. It is the adult or the parent that determines whether they can spend money or daily amounts or weekly amounts, or it's just a copy of your system, making sure that it is the parent that makes the decision. And that is our main tool, apart from the console itself. And then at group level, at UBI level, we are very much involved and committed to that. It is not the only measure that we implement. We call it, you call it good gamer, we call it good game. Which is a line of recommendations and of ways to play with your children and to control and to prevent those things. That's excellent. And Rosa, what other things can we do to limit those purchases within the games, or at least control them? Well, Nintendo platforms, Switch 2, from the configuration of the Nintendo accounts, you can limit purchases or ban them altogether. And then infant accounts cannot use a card. Even if the parent allows them to spend money from the infant account, that would go to the adult account and they will have to check it and approve it. So in principle, it should not be possible for a child to spend money. with what I'm hearing, I'm very envious of children today, but because if your parents give you a monthly amount that you can spend, you can purchase a game and choose. I don't do that too much because I'm an adult, but I would enjoy a lot if I was a child to find out that my father or my mother have given me some money that is here for me to spend. Yeah, that's great, and it gives a peace of mind to parents that that's the amount of money that they have, and those purchases are going to be limited and validated as well. Yes. In the case of Roblox, as Sophia was telling us, they have their own currency, which is Robux. Parents were asking, how can we guarantee that internal economy can be safe for children, and whether Robux should be something that should only be managed by parents, or couldn't they be used also, that currency could be used by children?
So first of all, as a child, you cannot your parent has to set your spending limits. Like it's exactly the same principle, right? And the parent has to create. They have to upload their credit card or their bank account in their side of the account for you to be able to sort of like draw down. And they can set the limits, or they cannot allow you to spend it all. And there's monitoring, updates, and you can set the limits by month, by week, or however you want. The other day, though, I was, and I thought, oh, that's my answer. But then the other day, I went to, our chief safety officer was in London for the Trust and Safety Summit. And he was on stage talking about virtual currencies, Robux, and things like that. And he said something that I hadn't thought about. Because when I grew up, my parents refused to give me an allowance. Like I don't know if you guys, I don't know if in Spain it's a thing, like your parents will give you an allowance,
yes.
Right?
It's common, yeah.
Right. So my parents were like, no, you're not allowed, right? Like if you want anything, you have to have a conversation with us, which is why I was terrible with money for decades, I think. But then Matt was talking at the Trust and Safety Summit, and he was like, well, actually, Robux might be a great opportunity to teach your kids some good spending habits. You know, if you say to them, you have a monthly allowance, and of that, this is what you're going to get in Robux, and then you make some good choices. And as you make some good choices, you know, if you spend it all in one go, then no more Robux for a month. And I just thought that's a really interesting thought. Because in the same way that we're thinking, okay, how can I teach chemistry or like space exploration or geology using a game? It just feels like a really good idea to experiment with new ways. That's why there's all of these apps like kids accounts, bank accounts, things like that. And it just felt like a very interesting thing to explore between a parent and a kid. You know, if the parent agrees that, okay, you can spend some Robux and it could be part of your allowance, then the system kind of like allows them to have that conversation.
Oh, that's great. This is also a great lesson, how to spend money in a responsible way for the kids, right? Bueno, pues...
Okay, so we know more or less what are the measures that we can implement to control those types of purchases, and I can now focus on the enjoyment in the game. We all love games. What is the positive impact of video games on infancy? We've spoken about educational video games, about how to manage and limit and make a good use of things. But what other things can video games offer as a positive aspect to those families? Well, at our home, we have a very clear example, because I love to discuss this topic. In Assassin's Creed, we have the Discovery Tour, which is a mode, a game mode where there is no time pressure or goals or points. It is a contemplative, so to speak, mode that you can implement with your couple, with your partner, with your parents, where you explore the historic time where everything takes place. We have the Discovery Tour of Egypt, for example, of Greece, of Baghdad, or even the Vikings. And those game modes, as you know, Assassin's Creed are very much games are very much focused, and the historic reality is very well recreated as regards building or scenery and so on. And it's being used by teachers together with their students to show them a different way of explaining history through an interactive experience as a video game that normally kids like and find interesting. Yeah, I know some teachers that use it, and it's excellent. Yeah, it's extremely interesting. You are not in a hurry. It's a game, and you just watch it, and you witness history and the buildings and everything. That's an excellent resource. And Rosa, what other things can be provided by games? I would say that regarding benefits, other experts will have something more interesting to say, but I would say that they are fun, you can enjoy a lot, and they promote a multi-gamer mode where you can enjoy together with the family or your grandmother or the parent that has never played a video game, or a pro player in the family can play. They have invulnerable characters so that the newcomers can play together with the others, and some collaborative games where you can all play for a purpose all together. There are competitive games, of course, for those that want to compete, but there's a multiplayer game where you have a main character that performs the main actions, and there are other people that can give support. This can be useful if they want their parents to play with them, but don't spoil the whole game, or if you know how to play and you want to teach the a small kid that is starting to play now. So you just have to dare to play as a family, and there are lots of options so that every member of the family can enjoy. Yeah, that's a very good way to share time and to create connections, and also to understand your children better. Sophia?
Okay, so this is my favorite subject. So when we talk about childhood, I think a lot of times we try to separate the useful stuff from the fun stuff, and actually, I don't think that separation exists. Right? Like, we all learn through fun. Right? Like, if you're having a good time, if it's sociable, if you go to class and you're like, ugh. Like, Greek public school, right? Like, it was 30 kids and a blackboard and textbooks, and that was basically it, right? Like, that's how I grew up. And now my kid, because I live in London, he goes to an English public school. I mean a state school. It's peculiar how they generally, we don't pay. That's what I mean. And they do things like, they have forest school. They go and build fairy houses at the trees, and that's how they learn about nature. If I learned about nature, it was 10 pages in a book. So I just really love talking about this idea that we have to stop separating the useful from the fun, and especially for childhood, we need to bring those things together. And the skills that just because you're having fun doesn't mean you're not acquiring skills. I just think that is really important. And the person who will really talk about the transformative power of games is Robert Steen, who is the best public speaker on the subject that I have ever seen. And if you were thinking of leaving early, don't, because he's coming up. But from the Roblox perspective, we're trying to encourage our developers to think more widely. There is such different age groups and such different things that you can build on Roblox, and this is exactly why Studio is free as well, because we would like to encourage kids to experiment with building. So I don't know if you know this, but Roblox, we've designed a whole curriculum. So it's a syllabus for teachers, and it's got week by week how to install Roblox, how to get teacher permissions, what to teach kids about design, coding with Lua, UI, UX. And we do work with a lot of educational authorities. In Europe, that's a little bit more difficult. So in Europe, with a lot of private schools and things like that, to localize the curriculum. And then to help teachers and children like learn within the Roblox environment, coding, but also civility. And we also have educational programs that are just like 20 minutes. How to create your first game, 2 blocks, and then an avatar that jumps from one block to the other, which I did and was tremendous fun. So I think like we have a responsibility as an industry, I think on all of those fronts, right? Like, yes, absolutely on the safety front, it's found, and the civility front. It's foundational, it's important, we have to keep doing it. But then also to defend the space. The memories I have from gaming are tremendous, like the friends I have made, like the real life connections that it has translated to. By the way, when I first played Assassin's Creed Odyssey, and it was like on a big screen, and I'm Greek, right? Like, and I started traveling through ancient Greece, and it was the most realistic thing I had ever seen. So, props. We have to keep doing these things, right? Like we have to keep up the investment. We have to keep up the conversation, and we have to get together to keep improving on these things.
Totally agree. Bueno, totalmente. Como veis.
Yes, totally. And just how you saw, we talked a lot about tools, but I think that all the actors in the sector, in the industry, we share that same feeling. We have the responsibility, platforms, companies, we have a responsibility with the wellness of families. We need to see video games as a space for social connection, for learning, for entertaining, and we need to make the best of all those opportunities to enjoy this world with the little ones. And so I want to thank you again for sharing your time with us. It was very interesting. I hope all the parents in the audience took good note of these tools. I did, for sure, and I'm sure all the parents that are in touch with me will make the best also of all these tools that you told us about. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's great meeting you. Thank you. It was very interesting. Thank you. Muchas gracias. Bueno, pues ya hemos hablado un poquito de Peggy.
Well, we already talked a little bit about PEGI. PEGI is a pan-European game information system to categorize based on age groups, to organize ages and contents in video games. It's that sign that you always have in a video game with a recommended age group. To see what we can buy or we should not buy for our kids. It's true that the sector is changing a lot, and we need to update that. And Peggy is going to tell us about all these innovations, the better way for parents nowadays to make these decisions. In the old days, it was as easy as going to a store and just check. You had the PEGI sign immediately, but now it's changed because you can just download a game from Apple Store or Android. And how do you know? I don't know if this game is appropriate, if it's been bought before. How can I know all that? Jennifer Wack-Rainer, Senior Manager of Operations and Communications in PEGI, is going to tell us about it.
Check if I can use that. Yeah, right, this works. Hola a todos, es un placer para...
Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure for me to be here with you to tell you about PEGI.
English, but it's been a great exercise to listen to the to the panels in Spanish earlier. So I'm going to explain a little bit about PEGI, but I'm sure that most of you are familiar with those labels over here. So our 5 age categories, and we've got 8 content descriptors here. PEGI has been created more than 20 years ago, actually 23 years ago, by Video Games Europe, so the association that represents the industry, European video games industry. So what I think is really great to share with you today is that PEGI has done like a big expansion of its criteria, and we have just announced this last month. It's actually our biggest update since the creation of PEGI. This is where we are present in Europe. As you can see, all the green territories, and then there is a little tiny gray spot in the middle, which is Germany, where the USK system is present there. We've been collaborating with them a lot since the very beginning, actually. They've got this federal system in place that actually existed before PEGI. And regarding the new criteria, we did a lot of collaboration with them because they've actually implemented those new criteria since 2 years now. Where PEGI is present, here as you can see, it's just a quick overview on which platforms you can see our PEGI labels in Europe in those 40 territories. The only ones that are not present in there are Apple, which has its own system, and Steam, who doesn't use a rating system. But all the rest is actually displaying PEGI. It's important to say that since the very beginning of the age rating system, the main consoles, so Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo, supported the creation of the system. And when, as a publisher, you want to publish your game on one of those platforms, in the 40 territories, you need a PEGI rating. So this is also a way of actually supporting the whole age rating content classification. This is the concern and the situation of today, I think, that I wanted to raise with you, is that actually when PEGI got created, the whole focus was around content in the games. So is there violence in the game, sex, drugs, bad language, and all that. And that was really how PEGI got created. We wanted to provide labels to actually explain to parents and consumers if a game was appropriate in terms of content, actually, from a certain age. And based on those type of content and descriptors, we deliver a rating. Obviously, it's not me playing the games. We've got independent administrators based in the UK and in the Netherlands who are doing the examination and ratings of the game. So this is a system that works for parents, for governments, and also for the industry, for the publisher, obviously, who don't have to actually ask 40 different countries for license, and it's the only system where there is an harmonization of age ratings in Europe. It's only in the video games industry. But more recently, as you have heard in the other panels, and obviously as you are very much aware, the concerns have shifted from the content to context. It's not that the content is not important. As a parent, you still want to know what is in the game and if it's appropriate for your kid. But people and parents more importantly want to know actually how long their kids are going to play. So it's all about screen time, but it is also with the online interaction, if they're going to speak with people, strangers, and all that, and if they're going to spend money. So we could see that the concerns and risk were more focused on this, which is not easy to tackle with just an age labeling system and content. We obviously have a code of conduct with certain provision about safe online gameplay, in-game monetization, and all that. But and everything can try to be addressed, let's say, by parental control tools, as it has been explained during the previous panel as well. There is a lot on game community management and local national regulation, but also European regulation and all that. But this has been the shift more recently with this update on the criteria, is that PEGI has decided to extend the scope. So in terms of actually addressing the criteria of the content and giving an age rating, we actually now take into account those interaction risks. So what I'm going to show you right after, those are the new elements that we have been actually announcing last month, and that are going to start from June. regarding in-game purchase, so it is not that we were not looking at them until now. Obviously, since 2018, we added the in-game purchase descriptor, but it didn't trigger an age. And we also added in 2020 the feature notice about paid random items, so everything that is related to loot box and so on. But again, that was not related to an age. It didn't trigger an age. But right now, in-game purchase are going to trigger certain age categories. For example, when there is time or quantity limited offers. So when you see mechanism in the game showing you, for example, paid battle passes, premium subscriptions, things like that, with countdown timers and all that, with either time or quantity limited offer, it's going to trigger a PEGI 12. If there are some in-game controls within the game, that rating can go down to 7. It is very specific. It's not related to parental control tools from the platform, but it is really within the game. So this could incentivize publishers and developers to actually build in strict in-game controls with spending off by default. With 0 by default, then they could have it as a PEGI 7. And then we also have the in-game purchase with the NFTs. So those ones that are linked to blockchains and all that, that would directly be a PEGI 18. Regarding paid random items, so that was one of the big news in the announcement and picked up by the press. It was related to all the in-game purchases that are with paid random items, such as loot box, card packs, gacha system, and all that. That's going to be a PEGI 16 from June. And then the other one are social casinos. So when there is a really gambling theme around it, such as, for example, Coin Master, that kind of game would also trigger, mainly on the mobile environment, would trigger a PEGI 18. And then there is another new criteria that our PEGI experts group wanted to take into account in those revision, is the play by appointment, we call it. It's like pressure to play. So it is when the consumer is invited to come back to the game at certain specific timings, and he wouldn't have done so, let's say, by himself. It is, for example, if you've got certain daily quests, or if you are asked to come back, I don't know, Christmas, Halloween, for certain costumes, or to receive certain gifts and rewards, then that's a PEGI 7. This was a bit tricky because this is also an element that can be seen as actually what is fun in the game, to come back and also, get rewards and so on. This is also something that you would see, I don't know, in certain TV series and all that, that at the end there is suspense. You want to come back. This is also part of the fun of the game. But the experts wanted to put an age rating on that just to alert the parents so that they know it's a mechanism, that it's part of the game, so that they know that there's going to be some request to come back and to get rewards and so on. But there wouldn't be any restriction in the sense that you wouldn't get issues if you don't come back. So that would be a PEGI 12, already acquired content or status that could be lost if players do not return them game. So if you lose an item, if you lose an object because you didn't come back to the game, that would be a PEGI 12. And then we also have the Battle Pass with, again, goals that you can't meet anymore if you didn't come back. So it's really, if you get penalized because you didn't come back to the game, then that is raised to a 12. And then regarding safe online gameplay, we have also added something else regarding communication that is in the game. So if you have chats that are not moderated, no filter or no moderation, that you can't block or mute another user, that would be definitely a PEGI 18. This is more like an alert or a warning for publisher when they submit the game, that they fill in the questionnaire and all that, that they realize, oh, I've got an online communication functionality, and I absolutely need to put some moderation in there, the possibility to block or mute users or report, because otherwise I'm going to get an 18. So that's it for the new criteria. I don't have the timer, so I have no idea. I know it's there. I knew I had to be quite quick so that we could address some questions if you have any. Yes? Sorry, I can't.
Hi, I want to ask you, because the video game industry has changed a lot. Before, you would go to a physical store with your mom or your dad and buy the game you wanted. Now with online stores, practically the only thing separating a child from a video game is a click. So do you think online stores should start ensuring that the age verification they use is truly effective? Thank you.
Yes. Well, I think it is actually very, very important that the information and PEGI as an advice and as a recommendation is displayed properly on the online store. It is mandatory for the publishers to actually put it there. So there should be a clear age label with text descriptor to actually explain why the game got that specific rating. Obviously, that is really, really important. I think there is still communication that needs to be done, also towards parents, so that they are aware of those information of the criteria, and then take an informed decision as a parent, obviously. But yes, everything is getting is being more accessible and all that. So it is really, really important that there are some safe measures, safety measures as well in place on all the online storefront. But then at some point, to buy that game on the online store, you need a credit card. So I guess at some point you do need your parents to be involved. I think you can't do it without the parents. The role of the parent is key here. So yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Just a question. Does the industry took part in the decision of the new PEGI elements? I mean,
sorry?
The industry took part in the decision of
course. Yeah. Some of the companies are not very, very happy with the decisions, obviously, but that is also what is, I think, the beauty of PEGI. It is that it is composed by many committees, and actually I think I've got one slide on that. Yeah, I've got one, so I can show you that. We've got a management board, and in that management board there is obviously representatives from the industry, from companies, of course. And then we also have a PEGI council with representatives from the different governments. So that is also very interesting. So we can share the developments from the industry, from PEGI criteria and all that, and they can share information about the development in their national countries, because as you can imagine, as a European system, you need to keep up with all the developments in the different countries too. And then we've got the experts group, who are actually academics, specialists in minor protection, and psychologists and so on from all over Europe, who are actually looking at the criteria to see that, to develop those new criteria, it actually took us more than a year. So it took us some time. We got the information that it was well received, but that, it needed to happen. But I think that this is, the beauty behind the system. It's not just giving ratings. There is a lot of stakeholders involved from the industry, from governments, from the academic field. We also have a complaints board, an enforcement committee, so there can be complaints about ratings if someone, a publisher or a consumer is disagreeing with the rating. There is also enforcement if a publisher doesn't respect the code of conduct, or the criteria, doesn't disclose information about the game, or doesn't display the rating on the storefront, things like that. There can be enforcement as well. And then we've got the administrators, who are two independent bodies from the Netherlands and the UK, who are actually doing the examination of the games. But obviously in the management board we do have some industry representatives who are involved. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't know.
It was very interesting. Yeah, it's okay.
I can turn it off. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bueno, vamos a hacer
Well, we're going to have a short break now for 15 minutes, and we will come back really fast here for the next roundtable about mental health. We will be back soon.
es esta, sí, esta está bien.
Rosa Gil.
Hola, hola, hola. Estamos ya en directo.
Estamos ya. Vamos tomando asiento, por favor, que vamos a arrancar en...
We are going to start. If you can please take your seats. I know you were all enjoying the coffee very much, but the break is over. Yes, I think there's something happening. There is a lot of networking going on, a lot of interaction among the people here in the room, but there are also some people following us on streaming. I think we will have it also the video on the AEVI website. And as we were saying before, Lara, it's great that we have spaces like these to share our ideas about video games, where we have ideas of different people, and it's contagious. We all start sharing, and it's we get to a super brain with all our ideas and the combination of all our potential. Yes, we love having this kind of events, sharing our experiences, our knowledge, because we don't have many chances to have this networking activity. Yes, and also to land all this that we were talking about. Peggy told us about their system, what Peggy 12, Peggy 8, what they all mean. But now we will go deeper inside all these. How can video games have an impact in children, in kids? They told us, you're not talking about old people as well, because it's true. We need to have we need to also dedicate a space for the elders, because we have older and older people playing video games. Yes, we will be grandparents playing video games for sure. I'm sure we are going to be like that. Yes, me too, because we also have to break with that stereotype. Well, since you are the ones who have the names, if you can please tell us. Yes, we are going to have this round table now about video games and mental health. We have Rosa Llobé, expert in psychology, and who received the award for psychology in 2022. Welcome. You can sit wherever you want. Feel at home. Then we have Josefa Ros with an award in investigation and research in 2022, one of the most important experts in boredom. We also have Elena Moran, psychologist specialized in neuropsychology and development in children's education. And he also works in Juegaterapia, in the Juegaterapia Foundation. And we also have John Cortázar, game designer in the Game Changers. He was included in the Game Changers in the games industry, compiling creators in the whole world, because he contributed to improving the sector in diversity areas. Well, we have different speakers, different experts from psychology, from the academic perspective, to developers with John as a representative. And I think it's very important because, like in your case, John, it's not important to develop a video game, but also for the video game to represent individuals with autism. For example, you have a son, right, with autism, and you decided that the best way to share your experience, share ideas about these, was to create a video game that in an organic way just lets you play. It's not a scientific explanation. You just start playing and you come to realize that the character is a person with autism. So I think the roundtable is very diverse, with very different speakers. But I would like to ask you, from the psychology perspective, we've talked about PEGI and the PEGI code, but if we try to land all that, what kind of things, we think of positive but also negative things, what kind of things happen when you play video games from a very early age? Who should start? Oh, whoever you want. Okay, hello, good morning everybody. Well, talking about early ages, well, for me, an early age is kids who are 2-4 years old. When they are that age, I don't know if they play. Well, they touch, they see lights, but they don't really play. It's not gaming. We're talking about older kids. We're talking about maybe a little bit after that, and teenagers. And what we have to do is two things. First, we have to be vigilant about abuse and misuse or bad use. If those kids don't overuse games, there's nothing wrong. There are some codes to see how long they're playing, how many hours. Then it's a different thing if they are playing more than what parents consider is normal. But that doesn't mean it's an addiction, okay? There are some charts, some figures, and if we can compare these to books. There are books that I wouldn't let my kids read them before they are teenagers because, well, I don't know, the life of a serial killer, I don't know, hardcore porn. No, of course, I wouldn't let them have that. It's the same with video games. That's why we have PEGI codes, like the previous speaker told us about. So we need to give adequate content for each age, but of course they can play when they are kids, when they are young. It's good, it's positive, and besides they connect with their friends thanks to these. Because in big cities, when parents tell us that kids are alone in their room, no, they're not alone. It's just that they cannot get together with their friends physically. They cannot play outside in the street, so they are getting together in a different way with their friends. Yes, but maybe as a society we need to learn how to communicate about video games, and for example terms like addiction, which is a clinical term, it's a clinical condition, and we use it wrong. And I can say, well, I'm addicted to The Sopranos, for example, or I've been the whole weekend watching The Wire or The Sopranos, and probably someone would say, what a nerd, right? And think it's funny. But if I say I've spent the whole weekend playing video games, then they look at me like if it's something that's really wrong, right? And so we need to work with that. We need to learn how to use, but to begin with, the term addiction, right? Yes, of course, because one thing is that someone likes something a lot and they use it a lot, but that doesn't mean it's an addiction. Yes, well, maybe it's something that you are really engaged into it and you're using a lot, but an addiction is something different. We need a specialist, an expert to say, well, this is an addiction, right? I'm not an expert. We would need an expert to say it, but we parents and everybody, we use the term every day, like you're addicted to TV series, you're addicted to video games. No, we need to leave that term for experts who really know what it means. Yes, it's what we were saying. The situation has changed a lot in the last few years, and it's true that children find a space, an area, a time to connect with their friends. So it's a leisure tool, but it can also be a tool for emotional wellness. When does a video game stop being just an entertaining tool to be an emotional wellness tool? Elena, you've been doing it for years. How can we do that? Well, in my case, it's a very specific area because I deal with oncological patients, kids with cancer, and when kids are ill, it's a very specific environment. It's true that the emotional aspect is really important because when they are playing, they laugh, and we've even seen, based on scientific proof, that how they reduces pain as much as the use of morphine, for example. So we know that wellness, that welfare can be affected by that leisure activity. If you fight against boredom of being in a room bored all day, you cannot be with your friends, so you can connect with them, and you stop being isolated in a room. That brings you joy, and they can also connect with people like them, another teenager who's also in a room isolated in a hospital and who has to be there for months. So it's a way to connect with the outer world outside of that environment where they're in, and they help them have control over their life, because when they are sick, when they are ill in the hospital, they don't have any control over their lives. There's always someone telling them what they can do, what they cannot do, what they should eat or not. So suddenly they are in that video game and they live adventures. It's like all the walls around them fall apart and they are outside. They're in a different place that generates positive thinking, joy, entertaining. So it's easier. It makes it easier for them. And parents tell us that kids change from one day to the next. As soon as they have video games introduced, there's a sudden change, a total shift. They were bored, they were very negative in the room, isolated, and suddenly they have even a different attitude, a more positive attitude towards their illness. So it's very, specifically in the environment where I work, in the context where I work, there's a very positive impact. Also, Josefa can tell us about these. What kind of dynamics offer this positive impact? Because you've worked in very important initiatives for people in my generation, and what kind of positive impact we can have? Well, I was listening to Elena, and I have something personal to tell. I started working on the video game phenomenon as a tool that offers that positive impact, because when my sister suffered cancer, she lost her circle of friends. Now we have a different kind of communities. We usually have hybrid communities because we have relationships face to face, but also through applications, so through the platform of video games. And my sister found a support. That space that she had lost, she found it in online communities, totally online communities, because she couldn't move, she couldn't leave the house, and she was 40 years old. So everybody around her had her obligations, her responsibilities, her kids, so people could not just visit her all the time, and it was during the pandemic on top of everything. So and I know that if it hadn't been because of those communities that she found, they were online communities not only for cancer patients. No, there were also, some of them, they were also platforms for video games, or a farm where you can connect with other people who can give you the ingredients for a certain recipe. And she was there all afternoon. She was there, and if you're not there, if you don't know her reality, you would say she's missing out on the real world, but it was not. She was just exploring new options when everything else had just disappeared for her. And answering your question, what I do is, well, we see how video games can help us prevent non-wanted loneliness, right? If it's a video game where it's just you on your own, not obviously you're going to feel lonely, to suffer that loneliness, but you're not having that interaction with other people. But video games that let you be in touch with other people, that let you share your hobby. It's like when you are in social media. No, I'm here now, I should here now. No. This is a gamer community. They are friends. They know each other. So that's the positive thing they find there. The other people around you know who you are. They know you well. And in these kind of communities, when you are there, you realize how conversations are not only about the video game itself. You can even leave aside the video game, and that's quite striking for me. People who see other people playing, right? That's also something quite recent. People who see streamers and gamers playing and telling about the game. So all those people in the chat, they don't know each other, they don't have anything in common, they are just there to talk about the video game. But when you join a session in Twitch, you see how there's someone asking, hey, how did your mother-in-law's surgery go? Did your daughter get married? Because they know each other, they are friends. It's they care for each other. And these, when sometimes you don't have the chance to have that kind of relationship, or sometimes when even when you have those relationships, you can also find something in these 100% online communities, and it can give you very positive things. So in that aspect, I'm really critical to those people who are so insisting in, no, we have to be face to face. No, you are also there. You are also having a relationship, interacting in these new kind of environments.
Yes, and we've seen in many cases of bullying, many children don't feel comfortable in school, and they find friends. They find friends with whom they can share those interests. I have a case in my family, and video games have really saved their mental health and have helped them through that such a complex moment, sharing interests and time with other people and not feeling so detached from that face-to-face contact at a school. So it's an excellent tool, Santiago, isn't it? Yes, of course, I recommend the study and the paper that you published on boredom, and also recovering the feeling that we call anything we can call boredom, and you can be making the most of your time, although you may seem to be doing nothing. And apathy is terrible when you get depressed, when you are getting older, but apathy, when your body stops fighting, stops making progress, that's even worse. And I fully agree with that power of community that you are mentioning. Can you tell us about your experience? How you at your home with your older son, and organically decide to create a video game where you empower the hero of the video game. I was going to Treasure Hunter. Treasure Ranger. I wanted to make a clarification about something that was said. It's very interesting. The fact that communities can be 100% online through a video game nowadays, and I see that as a very positive aspect, but I see it also, I see them as hybrid ones. Video games are practically or virtually a channel of communication, and I see it at home. Apart from Iker, the eldest, I have two other children, a 13-year-old girl and an 8-year-old, and they make appointments in there. They discuss what time they are going to be going out that afternoon and so on. So it has become something very wide and very of course it has also dangers, because they have become like shops also, but controlling addiction, which is also an interesting topic, there's no doubt they are an excellent tool. And not only regarding complex diseases, but also when they are sick at home, and they have that channel for communication, and they can even circulate homework for the next day. And in that sense, they are an excellent tools that helps a lot in many different areas. And we shouldn't forget the pandemic, of course, the lockdown. But in line with what Santiago was saying, I just wanted to mention that because it was discussed. But the video games, apart from being fun, of course, helping you communicate and supporting your well-being, they are also a very powerful tool for education purposes. Those are pieces where you are finding entertainment, and in those moments in time you can send messages that the player will receive very positively, because he is in a lesser environment and a positive one. And since I'm the father of a child with autism, I wanted to use video games as a channel to disseminate the knowledge, to create an inclusive product where you can play with 4 characters. You have to play with the 4 characters. You have to combine all of them, because each has his or her own abilities or disabilities, and it's a group of 4 friends, 2 boys and 2 girls. And they are in a neighborhood, and there are monsters. It's like a Stranger Things or the Goonies, if you are my age. The case is that the question is that each has his or her own abilities, and one of them is an autistic person. An autistic person has its pros and its cons, and we also want to use the video game as a channel to communicate to others what this disease is all about. And the use of the 4 characters has more or less the same duration in time in the game, so that we are not creating a game for autistic people. You can have in your group of friends, you can have an autistic person, and in that sense there are characters. One of them, Lucy, a girl who is very strong, and she has the power of stones, and she can drag stones, very heavy stones, but then she's very slow. And then the autistic has a very good spatial vision, and he remembers the signs that you find in the caves and so on. But then there's a lot of noise in some areas, and he cannot go through those areas, and he finds like a wall, and he needs someone else to help him around, so that he can remember those symbols that they can see there. So there's a combination, and it can also be like a conveyor belt in some sense, because it can reach other generations and build something from scratch, from bottom up. And that's an example that is already in the market, and of course I'm very proud of it.
Déjame que vuelva.
Let me go again over the idea that video games is a social event, is a social thing. When you went to the arcade, you spent a long time, because you didn't have money, watching others play, and it was a social event. It was, of course, also a venue for subversion, and you were exposed to lots of things. It's a pity that we have lost those arcade areas. It's a pity, really. Yes, we normally met there. We knew that at 4 o'clock everyone was going to be there, and we knew what machine would be chosen by each of us, and so on and so forth. So we knew everything. We didn't need to make an appointment to meet there. Yes, but apart from that, it's a social event. Gaming is a social event, but as a parent, sometimes you let them play on their own, and they really want to share their achievements with you. And if they that's the rationale for playing online. If you want to break down with the cliche, that they want to share, they want to be social, and it is not a question of isolation. So what do you recommend to us as parents, not just the PEGI code? What can we do at home as parents to and try to integrate gaming in the home environment. What do you recommend? Share the hobby. There are lots of games that are appropriate for the whole family. For example, Resident Evil, I love to play, but I couldn't play on my own because it was really scary, and I enjoy much more if I watch colleagues play or someone building homes, for example. But there are thousands of games, of video games that you can play as a family. But of course, you have to find out what are the interests of the child. But we will not be able to force the children to adapt to our interests. What the adult has to do, or the elder brother or the aunt or whatever, we have to find a common ground where we can meet, and there are even games for marriages or for couples that are separating, and you can even solve your problems and you save money with the divorce. Yeah, but perhaps if the parents are not fond of playing, at least you should not abandon the conversation. You should try to strike a conversation with the children. If I was a parent and I didn't play in games, which I do, but then you see a new skin of Fortnite or you see it on the internet, you can discuss that with your kid when he comes home from school, and they will say, that you are cringy. But anyway, you are striking a conversation with them around their own topics, around their world and their universe, and perhaps you see them playing Roblox, and you ask, are you playing Blue Haven? And they say, no, that's outdated. But even if you don't know and you are not right, you are already in the conversation. I think that's key, even if you don't play, to find or to show that you care, and to try to access their world and their universe, and not just let them be there playing on their own. I don't know if you realize how they are receiving the content with which they are interacting in the video game, whether it is being positive, whether it is generating anxiety or peace of mind, or I don't know. In my case, I have never played a video game before. I am 65. I was old when video games came up, but I have two sons that are IT engineers, and they work in the field in the video game industry. I don't play, but I know a lot about them. I know the levels that they had in each of them, and how the points were acquired, and so on and so forth, because I was just listening to them, and I saw them moving their hands very quickly, and that's what you need to be doing, I think. And she's right in that children do not adapt to us. It's the adults that have to facilitate or to adapt to them. Sometimes we have parents in our practice, and they say, my child is hooked on the PlayStation. Why? Because I offer him to do things on Sunday and he prefers to stay at home and play, and that's an addiction. And this Sunday I told him, come, we are going to mass, and then to visit the grandmother. I would prefer to stay at home playing. So offer them something that is interesting. Choose something that is interesting for them, that is fun. So we as parents have to really adapt to them. Yes, and I think that we should not detach or disconnect from things that we don't understand. Perhaps it's difficult to understand that your kid has built a house in work, and they have to go in every now and then to so that it is not destroyed. So we cannot really disconnect from those questions. They are an emotional part of those children, and they have an emotional involvement with that video game. And also we can see patterns of behavior, as you were saying before, whether it is giving them something positive or creating anxiety. Of course, it will generate anxiety if they destroy your home. But I think it is important to be an active part of that game, even if we are not playing or we don't understand it. And since we have 3 psychologists, I would like to ask I'm from Cuenca. That's fantastic. I'm half Russian, but I wanted to ask you about the cognitive side of it, because we have spoken about how video games offer us an ability to, or the possibility to train our cognitive abilities, and to what extent can that have an impact on life outside video games. I think that what we should not do is to look for a video game only to improve cognitive abilities. A game is a game. If it has benefits, excellent. But what benefits does it have cognitively? If someone has dyslexia and they start playing Tetris, and they will improve, of course. Or if someone is older, if they are not good at taking notes or listening and taking notes, the shooting games are excellent for that. They help them develop multitasking abilities. So they have to play Tetris only if they have dyslexia problems. No, they can play any type of game, Call of Duty or whatever. But if apart from that they have any benefits, that's excellent. And if you are looking for something in particular, if I want a child to, as a psychologist, I would recommend one more than other if I want them to improve in some area. But for cognitive improvement, they have lots of them. In fact, the Oxford studies have been carried out about the benefits of video games, and it's huge, the benefit at every level, at physical level, how they improve the coordination, eye-hand coordination, cognitive level, and also at emotional level. And that has been published, and it is almost double-blind studies, peer-reviewed, and they do really very serious types of trials, and they are quite valid and quite good. So to sum up, there are benefits at cognitive level, but that should not be the main reason or the only reason to play. There's something that I would like to discuss also and to share with you, and it is the following. I think that it is not an option to let children play. It is almost an obligation. But apart from the benefits, there can be some problems, of course. And the key is in controlling abuse. Anything in life, if you abuse it, if you take a huge dose, if you take 4 almonds, it's excellent, but 150 will poison you. But bearing in mind something that I would like John to elaborate upon, and also taking advantage of the presence of Peggy, there are some video games where we have some dark patterns underneath that can generate gambling or addictions. There are coffers that come up and so on. And could we be the ones that really can alert about that? Because perhaps we are not processing what I'm seeing, what I'm processing. So to exert some control on the time of use and on the experience, because there are some patterns that are perhaps subliminal, they are unnoticed, but we are at an age where they generate dopamine quite rapidly, and some platforms take advantage of that. And perhaps they are not very visibly, but they may be using those practices that are not part of the video game, but which monetize the game. Well, I think that this is an endemic evil since free games started to emerge, because of course you have to monetize. What is freemium? You mean? Yes. If the product is for free, the product is you. Then that's what is normally said. But in the end, we have to try to guide children in that sense. Of course, this society, and in terms of entertainment, everything is immediate. Everything has to be here and now. Everything, TikTok, video games in a tablet, or they are sending you messages, lights, letters, improvements, achievements, rewards. You are a constant reward. You have to open things all the time. And there are games that are like a shop, really. What is interesting or the main purpose is the longer you spend there, the more probability you will have to purchase something so that we can monetize the product. So there are lots of ads about games that are monetized through ads. You can play on this ad itself, and you can play, and you are about to press install, and one game calls another game, and so on and so forth. So that's a trend nowadays, and that's a problem that can cause issues. I'm talking about products that are free of charge, but there are also soccer products which are quite costly in those platforms, and that encourage you to consume even more within the game. So we have to combat that, and they generate opening coffers or opening things, opening rewards, and everyone likes opening something. What is going to come up here? What is going to emerge? What I'm going to get? That happens with FCF and with lots of games. So we have to be careful with those, and we have to try to make a difference between random or gambling, an anxiety that is generated by the possibility of getting something, and then other games that do not contain any of that. Sometimes my youngest child, we were on the street, and he was already telling me the clock. I have an event at 8 o'clock in such a game, and they are going to give me an item or a scheme or whatever. And I'm telling him, you are here with your friends, and we are going to go home because the game is telling you that you have to come, because if you are not there, you're not going to get what others will get. That cannot be the way. And that's what we have to discuss. We have to be alert, to keep an eye on things, and try to know exactly what is happening in every game, whether the ads are appropriate for their age or whether they are playable. I always prevent them from playing those ads. I always tell them not to play, whether there's a chat in the game, a video chat, or a circle of friends, to know whether they have loot boxes, payment in-game payment, and try to orient them or let them know what they can do and what they cannot do, because of course this interaction is going to continue to exist. We are developing very fast. We need more impulses. We need more stimuli, and we cannot fight that. We just can not let them loose and try to lead them by the hand. That's the only thing that we can do. Otherwise they will be playing the whole afternoon, and we don't know what games they will choose. Yes, so we need to give a safe umbrella and try to not participate in the rules that you don't like. Santiago, they are telling me that we are lagging behind. We only have 5 minutes, so we are going to try. Just don't worry. We are going to try to close. And Elena, we would like you to tell us how video games are being applied in a therapeutic environment, and whether you can tell us about any specific case that you know of that has been helpful for a child, the use of video games. Well, there are many different areas. If we went to a medical conference, we would have applications for health in many different areas, even to determine the doses. Doctors are gamifying everything, so there are lots. But in my case, I use cognitive training games, desert gaming, to try to treat sequels of chemotherapy that has effects that are very similar to children that have ADHD, for example, impaired functions, then that leads to more problems at a school. Mucositis creates many different effects in the frontal areas of the brain, and that is damaging. And so, talking about what you were telling us before, it is true that in the past there were tasks in order to gamify. Let's improve memory, and you had eternal tasks, and I was saying, this is terrible. We have to do something like this, but it has to be fun. And that's how I got into the design of video games, and I work for several startups where we started to design, but in order to convert those scientific tasks into something joyful. And I worked first for a company that was working with those mini games or serious games to train maths, and there was a very close link to maths, flexibility, reasoning, memory, and so on and so forth. But they were all fun, and they were tasks that had already been done, but which could also be played on a table game. And then I had a subject which was psychology, so psychology through technology, and that opened up a whole new world for me. And those games that use AI and games that used virtual reality glasses to work with depression, with training certain skills, and so on and so forth. So we started to see that there were many effects that were quick wins and that could improve the abilities of the children. I've seen microcephalia cases in children that have a retardation of 2 years in maths, in calculus, and in a few months, in 6 months, they could catch up. 2 years of delay, and so we were using the benefits of immediate reward, but the advantage was that we needed to have, for example, a very short period of time, and rewards had to be measured so that they didn't spend more than 15 minutes a day, for example. And I could tell you lots of examples about that. In the case of cancer children, we've seen lots of improvements using video games that mixed Roblox or Minecraft, and we use the visual spatial area. We also used Roblox and Minecraft for creative areas, desert gaming, everything that has to do with movement, because oxygen improves the tone and keeps them more active. And then we also used measured games designed specifically for brain training, but always fun, because when it is fun, they activate an area, a neurocognitive path that fixes the learning if it is fun. If it is not, it does not fix it. So there are Diego Regular is a scientist that has lots of studies about this, and there are also studies with Mario, and he dissected the Mario game to check all the benefits that it could have. You can use commercial games like Babelier that used Call of Duty, or those are commercial ones, but you can also design your own games to be able to do that, to be able to put in practice the techniques that you want. This is, yes, with cognitive impairment, we have also worked a lot with grandparents. Yes, we need that in all people residences. Well, I thank you very much for that vision that you have shared with us, and it's great that there are different opinions that can open up our minds to the huge possibilities and to the possibility to be learning at the same time that you are having fun. You can do maths, or you can do League of Legends, that is very good to process some powers, and you are assimilating like an equation there. So let's keep on that path, and it's been a pleasure to share this roundtable with you. And how lucky children are. You don't need to study reading in a very boring way. There are fun ways to learn and to socialize and to create a much healthier ecosystem where we can include everyone and make it more accessible and more diverse. And we've seen that video games have a huge positive impact on our mental health. We need to continue using them in a positive way and in a motivational way for our emotional well-being. Thank you very much for being with us. It's been extremely interesting. Thank you.
Y ahora, pues...
And now we are going to close this day. As I was saying at the beginning, we can talk about figures, we can talk about visions, points of view, perspectives, studies, trials, but the testimony that we are going to listen to right now transcends, goes much further than all this, and it really provides a whole rationale, a whole history. It's really very difficult to speak about his story without getting emotional. And he said, if you need to cry, do it. Robert's story is the story of his son who died when he was 25 years old. And in spite of having muscular dystrophy, a rare disease, and in spite of not being able to move, had an extraordinary life thanks to World of Warcraft. And beyond the love that his parents gave him and gave Evelyn the possibility to live a life that physically he could not live. The problem is that I paid attention to your recommendation and it makes me cry, but they understood, and thanks to what they discovered once he died, because there's a whole documentary about this that I recommend. It is from a narrative perspective is excellent because it gets you into the game. When they access the chats of World of Warcraft, everything that is that he was doing is embedded and is included in the characters of the game, and they discovered a whole world, a whole happiness and an emotion that he didn't know that existed. And just listening to this and gives us a new perspective. We can talk about the impact of games, but this speaks by itself. And Robert, you have the floor.
Gracias. Hola, buenas tardes. Sí,
Hello, my name is Robert. I'm from Norway. I am Evelyn's father.
The rest of my presentation will then be in English. Evelyn is the avatar name that my son used when he played World of Warcraft. This character has been portrayed in an international award-winning documentary, which is called The Remarkable Life of Evelyn, and which is shown on Netflix. For those of you who have not seen that movie, shame on you. But I will also give you the trailer of the movie.
Mats var født med en sjelden muskelsykdom. Etter hvert som han ble mer og mer avhengig
I believe our story is actually in that category. This is so much about beyond the game as it is about the game. This is a story which understandably is very close to us as the family. It is emotional to us, but still we have taken the challenge of sharing it. In Norway, this story became a time shed. And also in other geographies, they tell me the same. In Norway, we actively use the expression before and after Ibelin. I've been given 45 minutes to share the story with you and show how this story is actually a story way beyond the game. I will start with a moment in time where a life ended and a story began. At funerals, you do not want to sit in the front row. Somewhere up in the stone-grey chapel, the bells strike their dull beats. Several people enter the chapel. They stop inside the door. They search with their eyes. They cross the carpeted stone floor. They greet. They hug. Hold tight for a long time, and they sit down. Silence. This is such a seriousness that always arises at funerals, when we have to say goodbye to someone who have been close to us, someone we have loved. Something that comes when we are confronted with the existential. We are not. Chair legs that move, stuffy throats, coughing. A small child starts to cry and is carried out. For more than 20 years, we have known that this day would come. We didn't know when or how, but we knew that the day had to come. And now it's here. Friday the 28th of November 2014, and we were sitting in the front row. For over 20 years, we have been thinking about this day, every day. The hours could go by without thinking about it, with friends around us, work or holidays, hours filled with laughter and joy. But then, the thought suddenly struck like a trembling reality, like a certainty, an icy gush. It could be something small and prosaic that created and triggered it. A cough, a smell, a look, a song on the radio. And suddenly we were again reminded about the inevitable. Although we had known all this time, we were not prepared. It is probably not possible to prepare for saying goodbye to a son, to a brother, to a grandchild, or a 25-year-old friend. We just tried the best we could. Everyone's eyes were drawn to the white painted coffin, covered in snow-white roses, and with a blue knight's robe, and memories rolled through their heads, flickering films from Mats's life. Mats laughing, Mats bathing, joking. There were pictures of Mats as a small kid in a big bed. Pictures of the breathing masks he needed. His look in the rear view mirror. We all had our pictures of Mats. But someone in the chapel that afternoon had never seen him bound to his wheelchair. They had never seen him with his breathing machines. When they closed their eyes, they saw a young man running through green forests with a fluttering ponytail, sitting under the fire under a starry sky, flirting and laughing, surrounded by friends. Out of everything this day, they were the ones we were least prepared for. The 5 people we didn't know. People we didn't know existed. People we had never seen. People Mats had never seen. People who had never seen Mats. Wreaths of roses formed a veil down the aisle between the 2 rows of benches. The candles flickered and cast light over the large mural in the background. I groped with my hand, and I found my wife Trude's hand. I squeezed it. Beside Trude sat Mia, who had lost her only brother. Beside Mia, her fiancé Magnus, grandmother Ingrid also sat in the front row, where the uncles of Mats, Geir, Nils Otto and Martin also sat. The doors were closed, the last strike of the bells. Quiet. As quiet as we only experience in funerals. And then the violin started to sound through the loudspeakers before the voice of Lale filled the chapel. I will tell your story if you die. I will tell your story and keep you alive the best I can. Some die young, some die young. That finished my singing. The music faded out. On the right side of the aisle sat the strangers. I had greeted them the night before. It was Anne from England. It was Lisette from the Netherlands. It was Janina from Finland. It was Rikke from Denmark. The 5th was Kai Simon from Oslo, Norway. It was him that eventually would stand up, go to the pulpit, clear his throat, look down at his sheet, look over the chapel and say, I know that while we are sitting here, a light is being lit in a classroom in Netherlands. In a call center in Ireland, there is a light on a desk. A candle is lit in a library in Sweden. He is remembered in a small hairdressing salon in Finland, in a municipal office in Denmark, and many, many other places. He is remembered by more than us who could be here today. Mats had a long range, and I met Mats in a world where there are no restrictions on who you are, or what body you might have, or how you look like. Where it doesn't matter what challenges you have in your everyday life, but who you choose to be. How you want to present yourself. What matters is what is up here. And he took his hand to the head. And also what is found in here. And he put his hand to his chest. There he stood, a stranger, and talked about my son, about our Mats. And through the words, he began to give us an insight into a world I didn't know existed. Mats was the prettiest, smartest, most beautiful boy ever born, completely objectively, in the eyes of his father. He developed normally, baby swimming when he was 2 months. He was crabbling when he was 8 months and walking when he was a year. But then at the age of 4, he got a diagnosis. He was born with a muscle disease, which gradually would take away all of his functions, all of his muscles, and in the end, also his life. Few boys at that time in the 90s could expect to see their 20th birthday. The prognosis was brutal. Mats was doomed to live an isolated, friendless, and loveless life, with no opportunities to leave a mark in other people's lives. And this is also how we experienced his life, and we lived together with him for his entire life. I cannot remember that anyone came and called upon Mats after he started high school as a 16-year-old boy. There were, when he died at the age of 25, only 2 deviations that we could see from the life we imagined when he got the diagnosis at the age of 4. He lived 5 years longer than we had feared. And he was by and far always happy, always curious, always searching, welcoming, and helpful. He had all these characteristics that we very often think about when we meet resourceful people, people who are supposed to be around forever. Mats was never bitter. Mats never felt unfairly treated by nature, in spite of this disease that he was brought into the world with. This always puzzled me. The answer to this question I have only got after his passing. Because Mats was never friendless. He was not without the experience of falling in and out of love. He was at times accused of being a ladies' man. He was dating several girls at the same time, which morally and ethically is not good, not even in Norway. But I must admit, as a father, I was a bit proud when I learned it. Mats did not live a life without meaning, and he left a deep and lasting impression in the lives of other people. We have received more than 50 stories from people who tell us how important Mats was for them when they were in dark corners of their lives. Some tell us that they would probably not have been alive today if it hadn't been for Mats. On the screen here, you can see 3 of the people that came to Mats's funeral in Oslo. 3 people who totally ruined my stereotypes about gamers. In the top right corner, you see Anne from Salisbury outside of London. When she came to, she's a trained psychologist, she works as a headhunter for the European Union in Brussels. When she came to the funeral, she was 61 years old. She defined Mats, who had passed away as 25-year-old, 36 years younger than her, as one of her closest friends, which is why she came to Oslo for the funeral. She ruined all my stereotypes about gamers. She didn't have pimples, she was not a boy, and she didn't game in the basement. This started to open a different world for me. Let's have a short look into the movie, how these kind of friendships work.
It's very, very empathic, intuitive, very good at knowing what you needed.
I've been feeling worthless for months, afraid to reach out to people.
sitting in front of a screen, wasting his life. He had been to arenas, meeting real people, having completely normal interactions that we were only used to from the physical world. And what his friends saw was this, through his avatar Ibelin. An attractive personality, a smart and helpful young man who cared about his friends. They saw a young man who made the most out of the life he was given, and they saw a young man who found the value and joy in helping others. My generation has been very present in the lives of our children. But when it comes to the digital arenas that became so important for so many of them, and where they spent so much time, we didn't see, and therefore we didn't respect these arenas either. We spent, as I said, 5 minutes in understanding and 10 years in condemning. This is not something my generation should be proud of. This is something that my generation should learn from. Because is there anything more beautiful, more valuable than being loved because of your personality? Not because of your looks, not because of your makeup, your clothes, or your money and titles, not even if you are playing football for Real Madrid. The story of Mats and the movie about his life has been shared by literally millions of people all over the world. It has won awards on countless film festivals. It was shortlisted for the Oscars. It was nominated for the Emmy Awards in Los Angeles. It was named one of the 10 best and most important films in the world by the New York Times. And Ibelin was voted by the Norwegian people as Person of the Year in 2024, 10 years after Mats passed away. Why did this story and movie catch such an interest all over the world? I believe there are at least two main reasons for this. And they are both caught in the statement that we get most frequently when we get feedback from people who have seen the movie, and we have gotten thousands of feedbacks. People most frequently say that this is a story and this is a movie that opened my eyes and touches my heart. So there is a rational element here, and there is an emotional element here. Take the eye-opener first, the rational part. We were a generation that was caught by surprise, especially by the strong social element that you can find in online gaming. We, as a generation, had been developing a huge blind zone in our echo chambers. We had based our understanding of our children's usage of new technology and screens on anecdotes and single scary stories in the media. We had not built our understanding upon knowledge, research, fact, or our own experience when it came to the new arenas of our children, the arenas that became so important and where they spent so much time. The Englishmen have an expression. They say, seek first to understand, for then to be understood. This we had completely forgotten. The other reason where the story and the movie touches our hearts, I believe, is because this is not a story about gaming. Even though there is a lot of gaming inside of the story and the movie. Nor is it a story about a boy who was born with a disease that made his life limited and short. Even though there is a boy in there who was born with a disease that made his life limited and short. I think this is first and foremost because this story and this movie is a story about life. It is a story about what defines us as human beings. This is a story about friendships. This is a story about respect. This is a story about empathy, inclusion, hope, and love. Maybe in a time when we need friendships, respect, emotions, inclusion, hope, and love more than in a long, long time. In short, this is a story about what defines us as human beings and what defines living a good life, which Mats did. It is a story that also shows us clearly that there is no deviation between offline life and online life. It's the same life. For these reasons, the story and the movie became so much more than just a story or just another movie. Let me give you some illustrations and examples, starting behind the scenes when we were producing the movie. When we are not actively including, we are passively excluding. When we are not actively including, we are passively excluding. I guess that everybody who have experience to be on the outside, they can sign off for such a statement. When we made the movie, we knew that 40% would be animated to create an understanding of what is going on inside the gaming arenas. And to recreate this gaming experience 10 to 20 years ago, we needed voice actors to create the dialogue that was going on. To be a voice actor in this movie, it was a requirement that you had to be disabled. We were discriminating everybody who were not having a disability. And this is how that was received.
I lost the spark and felt that I was choking. I need no attachment. Right now, I feel better off on my own, unchained. I'm not good at commitment. It certainly was a challenge to kind of put yourself in his shoes in the digital world and say the lines as authentically as possible. Because there was a sense of responsibility, because you knew that the lines you were speaking were well documented, real words spoken by Mats. I guess some girls love the bad guys.
She's flirting with you. You should go after her.
She is not flirting with me.
She's clearly into you.
To have all of us as disabled artists in the film was a really special touch, because it's giving disability a voice and adds another kind of layer and context to the film, because Mats' story and the film is very much centered around disability, and I think it feels like the right thing. It's exactly what Mats would have wanted.
I felt accepted for once, because a lot of disabled roles go to non-disabled people, and then the disabled roles are far and few in between, and it felt like a step in the right direction. And I was just so happy that there was a production that really thought about this and put care into this. It just feels very uplifting and exciting that this was a thing.
And even though one mug might not be so bad, the damn bartenders keep refilling it, so at the end of the evening you can't be sure how much you've had.
Maybe try it more like she's directly speaking to him, like...
Yes,
okay.
And she's getting quite close to him.
And it was quite daunting, actually, because this isn't just an avatar, a made-up cartoon character. This is a real person who had made themselves into an avatar. So I really try to respect how the real person would feel in these moments.
You should just go out there and spread these around.
Evelyn Redmore, private investigator, at your service.
I really relate to Mats/Evelyn a lot, because as a disabled person, I really like escapism. I love to escape. And I just think that he was a really cheeky, fun guy who really just made the best of his life and what he had. And it was very, very heartwarming and inspiring. And I just think he was an incredible person.
He had a real zest for life, and he didn't let his so-called physical limitations kind of hold him back in any way. He lived a very full life in the gaming world. That kind of attitude towards disability and towards living really resonated with me, and it kind of rung true to how I cope with disability and living. It's just going for it and being as normal as possible, and that really came across. That he was a very normal lad with normal feelings and a very normal life, as he should, but also a young man who helped a lot of people, and the impact he had is so evident to see from the film.
Ed Larking, who was the voice actor of Mats and Iblin, has after this role become the first wheelchair actor to be given a leading role for a non-disabled character in a West End theatre in London. Sometimes it's just about visibility or active inclusion. Blizzard, the company behind World of Warcraft, created a copy of Mats's real-life gravestone inside of the game in 2023. This grave has now become a meeting place for hundreds of thousands of gamers all over the world who come there to remember friendships that was lost for some reason, and where they had a need to go somewhere to remember their lost friends. Let's have a look at how this
I juli
works.
2023 så dukket det opp en gravstøtte i World of Warcraft for alle spillerne, og folk begynte å diskutere på Reddit hva dette var for noe.
It didn't really say what it was for. You could see on the memorial it said deeply missed and never forgotten. So everybody kind of understood that it was definitely a memorial for something.
Men så skulle det vise seg da at den graven den har jo en direkte link til en veldig rørende historie fra virkeligheten.
The deeply missed, never forgotten was the English translation of the actual inscription on Mats's grave.
Vi visste jo at Mats hadde brukt mye tid foran skjermen sin. De siste 8-10 årene så var han det jeg kaller for stedbunden. Så han satt stort sett i kjellerleiligheten som vi hadde bygget for ham og gamet. Hans liv så veldig begrenset ut for oss som da bodde sammen med han og rundt han, og han døde i en alder av 25 år.
Men det foreldrene til Mats oppdaget etter at han døde var jo at han hadde hatt et helt liv i World of Warcraft med venner og kjærester og opplevelser og eventyr og alt som på en måte et vanlig liv inneholder da.
I knew Ibelin actually only as Ibelin from the game. We were in the same guild, Starlight. We just played on World of Warcraft for many years together.
Denne historien har jo vært mye snakket om og godt kjent over lang tid.
An article came and then it was on the BBC website.
Men det er jo en ting som ikke har vært kjent før nå nylig, og det er jo at Blizzard har jo gjort grep i spillet for å hedre Mats.
I sommer så fikk jeg en melding fra en av Starlight-medlemmene som entusiastisk og med screenshot eller bilder kunne formidle at han hadde funnet graven til Mats. I en liten skog i Azeroth som heter Elven Forest så befinner det seg nå plutselig en gravstøtte som ser helt lik ut. Den gravstøtten som er her på Vestre Gravlund.
Blizzard, the makers of World of Warcraft, put a lantern on it that's lit day and night. Also the fox that is on top. Basically it's identical except for the inscription. But if you put your mouse cursor over it you get that deeply missed part. It really stands out. It's really as if you're looking at his real life, a stone.
World of Warcraft er det største online-rollespillet som er laget til nå. Det er så stort at alle som prøver å ta opp konkurransen, de må bare innfinne seg med å bli en god nummer 2 eller 3 eller 4. Og det har vært svært i snart 20 år. Det å lage sånne minnemerker for fans i spill er ikke nytt, men det er veldig, veldig sjeldent. Det har blitt gjort noen ganger i World of Warcraft før også. Robin Williams for eksempel har jo fått en minnesmerke. Det er en flaske som du kan finne på en strand, og når du gnir på den så kommer ånden i flaska ut og sier en linje fra filmen. Da. Det er veldig sjelden at det skjer, men når det skjer så er det jo gjerne fordi utviklerne har blitt truffet på et eller annet veldig personlig nivå. Da.
Jeg spurte Blizzard om hvorfor de hadde plassert graven i spillet, og da sier de at den viktigste grunnen var selvfølgelig en anerkjennelse av den historien som Vicky Schaubert delte med verden i NRK i 2019. Men i tillegg så hadde de også fått veldig mange henvendelser fra spillere som har mistet venner, relasjoner og kontakter. De har også et behov for å gå et sted for å sørge, og det behovet var noe som Blizzard også hadde fanget opp, og de ønsker at denne graven også kan være en slik representasjon.
If there is a location or a symbol or a monument that people can relate to and go to remember their friends, yes, of course, that's wonderful.
Because of his ponytail, Iblin was very often called the Fox by his in-game friends. And he worked during his daytime as a private detective, of course. When the movie was launched on Netflix in October 2024, Blizzard also released a young fox with a Sherlock Holmes hat that could be bought in the game for €20. All of the money to be given to research on the muscle disease that took Mats's life. More than 100,000 gamers bought the fox within the 3 months that it could be purchased. And more than €2 million was raised for research into the disease that took Mats's life and takes thousands of boys' life every year. It is strange to think about that Mats's story and the gaming community will accelerate research on this disease and will actually contribute to the fact that thousands of boys will not die now as a consequence of this terrible disease. The strength of the gaming community don't stop to amaze me. Let me also introduce you to the young fox.
and charismatic detective. World of Warcraft has a unique power when it comes to connecting people. We are forming online communities like this. You're meeting in a way where what you look like, your age, your gender, your nationality isn't the first thing people see. What matters are the connections we are making.
Matt was very central in connecting everybody, you know, so he was very good at holding the guild together and communicating with all of us. We had somebody whose house burned down, and they were saying that they got care packages from the guild, that the guild was the only people that they could.
He built a framework for his life with a new technology where he promoted his strengths and limited his weaknesses. He understood that life is lived here and now, and that our opportunities and challenges are found in our everyday life. In that way, Mats is a role model, not only for people with special challenges, but for all of us. Mats had a superpower. He made the most out of the life he was given, and how many of us can say the same? And he had a secret. He found the joy and the value of helping others. That's why I was extremely happy and proud when the National Minister of Culture in Norway decided to establish the Iblin Award, or the Iblin Prize. This prize will be awarded every year to the role model of the year, to a young person between 9 and 18 years of age, a young person who have made him or herself especially notable in contributing to a safe and inclusive gaming culture and arena, which was what Iblin was doing. The prize was awarded for the first time last year, and it was handed out by the Norwegian Prime Minister himself. The prize has already attracted interest with the World Health Organization in their work with social health. The dream is to make the Iblin Award a global award and to reduce the effect of the 80-80 dilemma. The 80-80 dilemma, for those who haven't heard it before, is the name we in Norway has given the fact that 80% of all of our teenagers are regular gamers, and 80% of their parents have no idea what they're doing when they are gaming. So where our kids are spending the most of their free and leisure time, the parents have no idea what they're doing. That's a challenge. Behavior and values when the kids are left alone is not necessarily only being developed in a good way. For those of you who have read Lord of the Flies, have seen how bad it can be. Because even though my story about online gaming is a positive story, there are, of course, equal number of bad stories. It's a lot of toxic behavior, especially towards girl and women players. And when the adults are not present in the arena, these are allowed to develop. A way that we as society and as the adult population can try to influence this is through awarding the behavior that the young ones are exposing when they are left alone, waiting for the adults to come online. And that's what the Iblin Prize is all about. I would have loved to talk more about the prize and why Spain should establish their Iblin Prize, but it says now that my time is up, and then you have to invite me back. Because this story is not over. It has just started in a way. Next year, Hollywood will produce a new movie based on Mats' life and the story of Iblin. This will be a movie which will be starring actors like Charlie Plummer, Stephen Graham from The Adolescents, Toni Collette, Isabella Merced from The Last of Us, Macy Stella, Anthony Hopkins, which my generation know who is. We must learn to see with open eyes, to discover the opportunities. First seek to understand, for then to make ourselves understood. Offline and online are not two different words. It's not two different lives. It's the same. And the screen is not just a screen. It is a portal to whoever you might want to be, as Mats wrote in his blog. And the game is not only a game. We have to see beyond the game, as you are inviting us to here in Madrid today. Community, inclusion, empathy, respect, love, and hope. Thank you for your attention and thank you for your time.
Bueno, qué increíble, creo que...
Well, and that was incredible. I think we are all very emotional. It was a huge testimony, and in the end, Santiago, this is the value that we have in this industry. This is not just a question of playing or having fun. This is a question of people, of connection, of friendship, of love. And there are other testimonies, such as this one, cases of children that were able to connect and to make friends and that have been happy regardless of their situation. Yes, we've spent the whole morning of the speaking about the impact of the video games and the limit. I think we've gone well over the top. And trying to summarize the spirit of this day, of this conference, Robert was saying, I was lucky. I let my kid play on his own, and I was lucky. He had a very positive experience, but there is toxicity, there is male chauvinism, there is bullying within some ecosystems that make use of video games for that type of behavior. I love comics, and a great power entails a huge responsibility. We all should know that we are all part of video games. Video game has permeated our society, and we all have a role to play. We can be the parent, we can be the user, we can be someone that is conducting a clinical trial, someone that wants to sell games. We are all co-responsible for something that has a huge power, and we are all responsible. And the reading after these last words, and we all have to be aware of that. The whole community, the whole gaming community should assume responsibility, and we should share other conferences such as this one. I hope that you liked it. We've seen that gaming is cross-sectional, and I hope that we can get all the positive aspects and make the most of it, and we will be delighted to continue to share these stories with you. Thank you very much. Thanks to the team that is behind, from AEVI, the team at Fundación Telefónica. You've made us feel at home. The whole organization that made this possible. We've just been here moderating. It's been excellent to have these guests, and congratulations, and I hope there are more events like this one. Thanks also to you. And to you. We would like to remind you that this is not the end. We have Mad Game Show, which is tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Please come and visit. There are talks, roundtables, first level keynote speakers. And it's a huge event, and you're going to enjoy it very much. And if you're looking for a job, you have the job desk in the video game industry to learn a lot more and to increase your profile. So see you very soon, and I hope we have other editions of Beyond the Game. Keep playing. Thank you.